I think that's huge. But I like Malcolm Brogdon anyways, even though others didn't for whatever reason. I don't know if it was his contract or whatever. Like I really like Malcolm Brogdon. Let's go. I'm all for that. What's up, everybody? What's up? Appreciate y'all checking in. Thanks for being in here early. Will Z, I'm still working for you. I haven't forgot about you, Will. Do you know how to post stuff on ESPN on our website? Yeah. There was one other thing we should have talked about this morning. We'll talk about it later. Will Z wrote a great article. I think he just wants to post it somewhere. I think we could do something with it. We just can't tell anybody. Yeah, I don't know where that Kings article came from, but just post it out of nowhere. What a moment. What's your reaction to someone on ESPN radio calling Keegan Murray a fully loaded Honda Accord? Well, first of all, Honda Accord is a very good car. So I don't have no problem with that. That's a bit silly, though, because it was clearly meant as like it's clearly meant as a jab, man. Give the dude his flowers. Just because he ain't running around pounding his chest don't mean he ain't playing ball. Any more book recommendations? What do you like? What's your like? What's your vibe right now? Like I'm digesting hip hop books like crazy, but what are you into? Sports books, hip hop, social justice? What do you got? I'll shoot a couple your way. Rich, what's happening? TC, what's good? Casey's here. No worries. Casey will be here in a heartbeat. I can hear him. And that's a good call right there. One, Hondas retain their value. And two, them joints be getting stolen all the time. So I don't know what that means, but NBA rigged, what's happening, baby? KC enjoying this last month where he can log on at 11:59 because he knows when we get in the studio. I think I just lost him. Yeah. And Hondas never break down. That's big facts. Cheryl, you never made an appearance on the chat. Like, are you still here? Like, what's you was supposed to pop in? I don't know what the issue is here.
Let's see. Because this little FaceTime HD joint.
Oh, is it the camera? Is that what it is?
I unplugged the wrong one.
All right, I'll move you out so you can get situated, though. We're going live in a minute. Yeah, it looked like Brian Winters. That's a damn shame. Damn shame. Well, yeah, I know that, but I don't know how to use that in discuss. So we're gonna someone gonna steal Keegan Murray and sell off the parts? I wasn't sure how to. Easy to break into. Oh, there's that. I'm not sure what any of this means for the Keegan Murray Honda Accord reference that they made, but that's it. Well, we're going live, pal, so. What's good, baby? Welcome in here. Hope you had a wonderful weekend. Welcome in here to the July 11th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
Hey, watch your mouth, woman.
And we are so happy that you are here with us. We're planning the Keegan Murray Parade and the Hall of Fame celebration as we speak. What a tremendous start to the young man's NBA career. And as we know, there is no such thing as an overreaction in sports. If we want to sing the praises of this man, we can absolutely sing the praises of this man, and we will do that. And it's not just Keegan Murray we want to sing the praises of. There's a couple of members of your Sacramento Kings that we want to talk about here as well. We got James Ham coming up in the final hour of this show. We'll dive into some of the NBA trade rumors that are still out there and likely going to be lingering for a while. We'll dive into the fact that the Utah Jazz are just flat out lying to everybody. Got that coming up. Football season's right around the corner. You can tell by some of the goofy stuff that's being written. But we will start with an incredible weekend in Las Vegas, Saturday night, perhaps the game of the century, easily the greatest summer league game of all time. And my partner, Kenny Caraway, is back looking like Brian Windhurst today with that FaceTime cam. KC, what's happening, my man?
What's going on, man? I missed a lot this weekend, like in real time. I missed a lot.
This is a, excuse the Odyssey audience and the 1320 AM audience. Is your air broken? Because you look like Patrick Ewing at the foul line right now.
You know what I just got done doing. I just got out the shower.
The shower didn't take. You look hot, bro.
Man, hey, I don't have my pastor rag to wipe everything to wipe the sweat off yet, man.
Yeah, you look like Pastor. You look like Preacher Caraway on the third hour of his sermon, boy. Like, man,
the Lord said, "You got to rise up."
Boy, look hot. All right.
Well, we came back last night and we all had a fit because we thought the air was out, and we saw like what the temperature was going to be this week.
Mm-hmm.
We were like, "Oh no, this can't happen." But luckily, that wasn't the case. Air's on, everything's good. I was just trying to get here.
Okay. Well, we're glad that you're here. We're glad that you're here. Those who are watching the show find this all much more funny than those who are listening. So I apologize to the people that are listening. Let's dive into Vegas. So let's start with Saturday. I mean, there's there's not really. We're not going to break these games down, but we're going to talk about what we saw in, like we've said it before, don't let the devil take your joy. Man, there's no reason that you can't be excited for what we've seen from the Sacramento Kings in Summer League. There's no reason to not be excited with the way that Keegan Murray has played. And for me in particular, there's no reason to not be excited from the fact that the Sacramento Kings were down 18 points in that game on Saturday. There's no reason not to be excited for the fact that they fought back. They could have easily have just like, let's move on to the next one. We got a game tomorrow. We got plans tonight. Let's just get through this. And kudos to Mark Jones, because I'm watching that thing and it's just like, all right, let's just get to the end. Mark Jones, 2 minutes left. I think someone had hit a three. I don't remember if the lead was 10 or 12. 2 minutes left. Mark Jones leads down to 12. There's a lot of time left in this one. And I legit chuckled, like empty house, sitting there with Sprout. I was like, this is my guy, Mark, keeping the audience locked in. And then all of a sudden the lead starts to shrink. And then, of course, the insane ending. And as all of that's transpiring, the steal, the Murray miracle in the desert, all I could think about was 2 minutes ago, Mark Jones said when they're down by 10, a lot of time left in this one, folks, and I laughed him off. So, Mark Jones, my apologies, man. You had us locked in.
Well, and Mark Jones, like a true professional, he does that numerous times, all for this one time.
Yep.
Right? Like he's got to do it. Oh, Kings on a 6-0 run, lead down to 19.
Oh, it's the worst.
But
worst.
He does it for moments like Saturday.
Yeah.
Where, hey, remember that time in Summer League, in the desert, the Murray Miracle, where they did come back. So now, when they're down 14 with a minute and a half left, don't turn off your TV. We've seen it can happen.
It can. Indeed, it can.
And it did happen.
And he can always point to that. He can always point to that moment. I told y'all. I try to tell y'all. I don't know why y'all don't be trusting me. I told you. The other takeaway from that game, just surface stuff here before we really get deep. Paolo Banchero.
Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness.
What was the very, very first thing we said after? Kings aren't going to be able to get him. Let's dive into Paolo though. Let's dive into that film. Very next day, the first thing we both said, how is he not the number one pick? How is he slotted at the third spot? And I just couldn't And I felt like it was so dismissive and bordering on disrespectful to Jabari Smith to go like, why are y'all taking Jabari Smith over Paolo Banchero? Like, I don't get this. I see what Jabari does well. Like, I understand that. Paolo looks like a star. And as much as Keegan Murray has shined in this summer league, and he absolutely has, Paolo has had a breakout handful of games here where you recognize, I don't know how real those mock drafts were. I don't know how real Orlando's interest was in Jabari Smith. I don't know if this was really an hour before the draft. This is what they decided on, but it is clear why Paolo Banchero was the number one pick in the draft.
I mean, we saw it when we both broke down the film. And I say this saying that I saw it then. I'm pretty sure you saw the same thing. I was just the one that just voiced it. Saw the first time I saw him in Madison Square Garden. Start the season. Coach K getting his 30-minute farewell before the game. We finally got to the game and I saw Paolo Banchero. I said, oh, that looks like Carmelo. And he went throughout the season doing pretty much the same thing. He had his ups and downs or whatever. I saw different games of him, where it looked like it was a bit of a struggle. But more importantly, I feel like more than anybody, maybe you could throw Chet in here too. Seems like the college game hampered him a little bit. Like, it seems like there was so much more he could do. And being at Duke, being in that system, being on the college level, it just kind of took away from his game. And he gets to summer league, and it's like the sea is parted. Like, he is so much more wide open. And on top of that, the thing that I love, and we talked about it earlier, you're seeing this guy be super competitive. He's a young man after my heart. Because I know he sees Chet. He sees Jabari.
Oh, yeah.
He sees Keegan. He's like, I want all the smoke.
Yeah, Jaden Ivey too.
Jaden Ivey.
Like all five of those guys.
Yeah. And he's getting after these guys, both on offense and on the defensive end. And he's producing. He's absolutely producing. Paolo's the truth.
And I think that speaks to both Paolo and Keegan Murray. When you look at, their starts to summer leagues here, and with with Keegan, you obviously include the California Classic. Chet's already, missed one. Jaden Ivey had 11 points in 4 or 5 minutes before leaving with the ankle. Like, he was having this is going to be interesting type moment. And of course, he leaves with the injury, but you look at those top 5 picks right now, and, there was so much talk about, tiers and slots and talent drop-offs and all of these sorts of different things, man. But it's hard to not feel like, shoot, I like we didn't really get to see Mathurin cook a little bit, but we got to see him work a little bit yesterday. Like, I think there's, You look at these, and I think Dyson Daniels was another player who left with an injury. Shaedon Sharpe. There were people speculating on Friday, perhaps, that you needed the day off after Shaedon Sharpe's abrupt exit from his Thursday night debut. Indeed, but this is summer league, so we're probably not going to get another look at some of these guys. Which selfishly, we want more of what Paolo and Keegan are giving us. Right. Point I'm trying to make in this very, very long-winded way is, man, I think particularly the top of this draft class might be way too early to judge. Might be a little bit better than it was given credit for headed into the draft.
Absolutely. I'm already there, man. I'm already there.
I just think Paolo's a star, and I'm a Chet mark. Like, I love Chet Holmgren, and then Keegan is
Keegan for me.
Butter.
Keegan is the one. Because I think when the Kings got the 4th pick, I think I tweeted out something like, no GM in their right mind would take Keegan over Jaden Ivey and Shaedon Sharpe. And then we looked at the film, right? I had seen Keegan play, but that was my initial thought. Then we looked at the film, and I was like, ooh, Keegan can play. I'd still take Shaedon and probably Jaden over him, but Keegan can go. And now we see him in this setting, And I make no bones about it because, like I said, I bury Horowitz the situation any chance I get. And I say I can do that because when I am a little off on something, I don't hide from that. Keegan is so much better than I thought he would be. He is so much better than I thought he would be. His game is so much more refined. The shot is crazy. I mean, the shot is wet. And he's better than I thought. He's better than a lot of people like Matt George, and everybody said he was going to be. He's even better than that, in my opinion.
And the crazy thing is, it's again summer league, and we tried to equate summer league to it's very similar to watching film, right? It's not that different than watching their tape in college. We thought Keegan was good at first. For me, speaking only for me, it was Jaden Ivey. Like, you have to take Jaden Ivey. Then it wasn't until we watched Keegan where it was like, okay, all right, I get it. Like, I get it. And then, you know what it was? It was the Quentin Mayo conversation that just like set me off, where it was like Kyle Kuzma and all of these different trades and all of the, let's do the, and Detroit this and Washington. I was like, forget it. Forget all of it. Draft Jaden Ivey. Yeah. That's the guy. Keegan's a good ball player, man. There ain't no right. And Keegan Murray's a good ball player right now.
Keegan Murray can go.
And I think if you're a Kings fan and you're trying to figure out how to digest all of this summer league stuff, I think the simplest thing for me, and I think one of the best examples is that Orlando game, is there's nothing in that game that you feel like he can't do with Fox and Sabonis on the court. Yeah. He took like 11 shots in that game.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like it's not like Keegan Murray is taking 25 attempts every game here in summer league. He's finding his flow. He's playing on both ends of the floor. He's creating transition buckets. We're just getting started, man. There's a lot more to talk about with the Sacramento Kings. There's a lot more to talk about with the NBA. We welcome those watching on Twitch, YouTube. We welcome those who's scrolling through the timeline and stopping seeing us on Twitter. We welcome those on the Odyssey app and 1320 AM. We're just getting started here. Steve and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil on ESPN 1320.
All right. Let me try this again. I'll be right back, guys.
Get out of here. All right. Yeah, that's a turn up mine. Make sure you're talking into the side. I think that happens sometimes when you move, you wind up talking in the top instead of the side. Oh yeah, your voice gets like 10 times deeper when you hit the side of the mic. Yeah, yeah, Keegan is smooth indeed. Yeah. Yeah, I think Will Z tweeted those numbers I think it was yesterday afternoon. Yep. Yeah. I didn't know Roman was going to be in SAC. Yeah, he was at the Golden One Center. Mm-hmm. Yeah, me too. I would have gone to see Roman for sure. It sounds like everybody who went had a good time. Keegan Murray, 41.7% from three, 48.6% from the field. Turning stuff over, huh?
Stupid ass question. I know it's an unpopular opinion here in my hometown. I love my hometown, Sacramento. It feels good to be home, be back in my bed, everything else like that. I love going to LA. Okay, Lake Show.
I knew. Yeah, I knew.
I love LA.
Wow.
I hate the teams. Lake Show.
Hey,
I hate the teams.
hey, please don't turn the show off. Like
I'm just saying, I hate
Please.
the teams, but LA is. I enjoy myself in Los Angeles.
Hey, Jesse, you know what to do.
Hey man, hey, you know, I really wish you guys would tell the whole story once you clip that. Go down there.
I was just waiting for him to finish it.
Sky. No, I hate that damn song. I do that. I hate that because that's always associated with the Dodgers win, and that kind of pisses me off. Calm down, Jay Stahl. Calm down. I can't wait. I already said I'm coming back. I'm going back there in October, Halloween weekend, and it's going to be 80% Niner fans up in there. I'm going to be one of them. We're going to have a good old time. What y'all want me to do? What y'all want me to do? Y'all want me to hate the city of LA? That's what y'all want me to do? I can't do that. Oh, now you want me to live a double life? You know, you want me to live a double life out here? I can't do that. Like I said, I hate the teams, man. I hate the teams.
What is he doing? God! Is he the third man? He's the third man! What the hell is going on here?
Oh, that's what it is. They're trading for KC. Man.
Come on, man. Come on now. I'll just say it. Say it. It's just a great. It's a great place to be. I don't love it more than my home. I mean, this is home, baby. This is home. I love home. I love Sacramento. No.
Man. What a commercial break that was, folks.
Hey, man.
I don't know what to say.
Can I just live in my truth?
No, because I'd actually like people to listen to this show. I'd like people not to turn away going, oh, I ain't listening to that.
The numbers went up. Lake Show. See that right there, that's always going too far.
No, what you just said was actually worse than this.
Okay, Lake Show.
You damn near started singing on the last commercial break.
Wait a minute. I was very clear. None of those teams are teams that I can stand. None of them at all. Not even the damn Galaxy. Okay? I don't like none of them.
Yeah.
But man, the city a great place. City a great place.
Nothing. Nothing.
I said I hate the Lakers.
He damn near, you don't hate the Lakers, and you damn near started singing. Look at Max and KC in the afternoons on ESPN 710. Kellerman and Caraway. Unbelievable. Look, he damn near, he's like, what? He legitimately almost started singing.
Hey man,
I love LA. I love it.
Hey, no. I hate that song. Don't get it twisted. I ain't gonna finish that. I hate the song and I hate the teams.
Remember, folks. This is the same guy who says he doesn't understand the issue with humidity. Like he doesn't get why humidity gets such a bad rap. So it makes sense for him loving Los Angeles, where you're stuck in traffic to try to go 2 miles. It takes you 27 minutes because the setup down there is a disaster.
You get used to it. You're just playing your life around it. No big deal.
Yeah,
and once again, humidity's no problem. Remember that day out here where it was supposed to be like 103, but the clouds made it overcast or whatever the case may be, and it ended up being like 98. I mean, it was a godsend, right? Everybody loved it.
That's not the same. Like I don't think you've actually experienced humidity, if that's what you think humidity is.
It's with you.
Well, I don't remember. We was drinking blue beverages to keep hydrated. They just kept walking
we
up.
Had all the soft brands that we was all of them, just mixing them, different drinks here and there. Good times.
Boy, quite an experience. You want to increase your level of drunkenness? Just get into some humidity. That'll do it. All right. So as we keep moving here
Had a
and
good
we get
time.
past,
More importantly,
apparently,
I love being in the gym. Oh man, the travel basketball tournament
I'm
weekends.
sure. Well, that's different.
Oh man, what a good time.
Kenny's last. So so you're stuck with me this week, but you were in Los Angeles. Obviously, your favorite place on the planet.
I wouldn't say my favorite. I mean, I don't know if I like it more than New York.
Okay, well, you're headed to one of your favorite places
Sacramento's
next week.
number one.
Way to save it, buddy.
Sacramento's number one.
Okay.
I think it really goes Sacramento, New York, LA, and Vegas.
And that's where you'll be next week.
Yeah. And Atlanta creeped into the top 5. I think Atlanta's in the top 5 now.
Well, we need to go back to Atlanta and do it a little bit differently.
For sure.
Okay, we need to get back into Keegan Murray and the Kings.
Oh, real quick, shout out to the Ball Academy, 10U Black team. Went down to LA, represented for Sacramento, took that championship in the 10U division. Man, big ups to them boys. And shout out to my boys, 10U White. They did their thing too. You know what I'm saying? The young boys is out there growing. Reese had a little finish something. I was like, okay, I see you, son. All right. You know, we went down there and showed out. We played some good games down there.
For those listening who couldn't get what the sounded like or what it looked like, it looked like a little Euro step, but a step to the right, a step to the left, and a little lay-in for young Reese is what that translates.
It's like, oh, you got that in your bag. You've been working on that, okay? Yeah.
That's when Dad's not around. When Dad's not around, that's when he can get. That's when Jazz goes out there and works him out, and he can get the work in. And Keegan Murray is working out pretty well here for the Sacramento Kings as well. He had not only an incredible weekend, man, he has played with a tremendous level of poise in all 5 games. And Mark Jones had, and I just love, selfishly that Mark is on the call for these because he, with other announcers, they're going to slide in their remarks about Sacramento or. They probably wouldn't do Keegan Murray justice or the selection, or they probably would have talked half the first summer league game about the Kings not drafting Jaden Ivey.
Or talk about Tyrese Haliburton. That's what they would do too.
Well, that was the second game, and we'll get to that later. But that was I thought that was all right because it fit. It made sense. But I love that Mark Jones is on the call because he's doing the team justice, and I think he's doing Keegan Murray justice. And when you look at Mark, what was Mark's line? Like Keegan Murray is smiling, his face just doesn't know it yet. When you don't walk around and pound your chest and have all these like gyrations and point to the sky or, kiss some imaginary whatever in the stands, you don't hit the house of highlights that often. You've got to hit essentially a buzzer beating 3 to get that.
Right.
But there aren't many, if any, and I think it just comes down to Paolo Banchero. If there's anyone else, I'm not sure anybody has played better than Keegan Murray has over this stretch of, and not every team, by the way, played 2 different summer leagues. Some squads played in Salt Lake City, obviously the California Classic. A couple of guys have only played 1 or 2 games, but Keegan has really been at the top of that list in terms of high quality young players that we've seen this summer.
Absolutely. And you look at what he's doing as far as the numbers that he's putting up in the summer league as a whole. And like you said, it's a little unfair because he's played 3 more games than everybody. Still averaging 20 points a night, 20.7 rebounds a night in the summer league as a whole. I mean, this dude, he's out here balling. And the thing that I really love about his game and what I see from it is it doesn't matter the level of competition. It kind of goes back to what you were talking about before. It doesn't really matter the level of competition. He's going to do what he does. You know what I mean? You see in the game on Saturday where, Paolo was coming out, he was playing him, he was getting stops and things of that nature. And I bet at some point Paolo looked like, yeah, I'm locking him up. Like I'm giving him that work. And then he probably turns around, looks at the scoreboard. He got 17 points. You know what I'm saying? Like, he doesn't have to be killing to be productive or to get numbers or put, numbers on the board or anything like that. You can think that you're shutting him down, and he's still out there being productive and getting points on the board, getting rebounds, making the right play on the basketball court. That's like almost at his worst. When he's balling, it's like, oh, this guy's a problem. Like, how do we turn the water off? It's too late. I love his game, man. I love his game. I love what I've seen from him. Like I said, in a number of different settings out here, whether it's, guys that'll probably never be in the NBA, like some of the guys he played in the California Classic, or going head to head with a guy like Paolo Banchero, who's coming after his neck, and him responding to that and executing. This guy's the goods, man. He's absolutely goods.
916-349-1320 if you want to get in and talk. Again, 916-349-1320. Sean, what's happening, baby?
What's up, my brothers from another mother, man? First, congratulations to KC, man. 10U. I heard y'all with the little I'm already know what that means, man.
You know what time it is.
Out there showing out for Coach KC. But I do got to get on you about this humidity thing, man. It's illogical what you're saying right now, man. In regular heat, you can find some shade and feel a little bit better. In humidity, you can't run from that armpit heat, man. You sweating it out all day long, brother. There's no way you could feel that's the same thing.
It don't bother me. First of all, on the East Coast with the humidity, you have an actual chance for cloudy skies. Out here, there's no chance. Like, you're gonna fry. It's almost like somebody's putting, used to do with the insects, and you put the magnifying glass over the insect and you burn it. That's just what it is all summer out here. Don't get it twisted. This is what I'm accustomed to. This is summer for me. It's supposed to be 103 today. That's how it should be in July. I love that. I love the game when it comes to that. But I'm just saying, the humidity don't bother me at all.
I hear you, but I took my kids to the Philippines a couple years ago, and they was acting like they was dying out there. They would have took Sacramento summer any day of the week over that Southeast Asia heat, man. But real quick, man, since we in the confessional, man, I got to be one of those guys, man. I was all about Jay Nivey. I was one of those guys over there, low shoulders, head down. We went and messed around and picked up three again. But I got to say, y'all hit it right on the head, man. He is looking so damn impressive during the summer league. I hope he don't end up being another Ray McCollum. But just his whole demeanor, the way he carries himself, the way he steps up to the plate when we need those big threes, when he sent us to overtime that one game, even though we ended up losing, it's what's been missing in Sac, man. Just somebody who puts their head down, puts in that work, and he just never seems to get down. So I'm on the positive note, too. I know everybody in my little Purple Talk, little chat group, they're all on the same hype, too. Shout out Cole, Drew, Josh, Allen, Donnie, all them, man. Y'all hit the nose on the head, man. Well, I just hope it translates to either a playoff berth in the regular season, or at least gives Monty enough to keep his job, keep his house off of Redfin, and keep us pushing to the next year.
And keep Kenny off his back.
Hey, man, come on, man. You always got to have Redfin in the back of your mind, so you got to make sure you're on point. I think Monty is keeping his house off of Redfin right now.
Monty legit walking around. Remember when Luke got the Remember when Luke started a press conference? Hey guys, what the hell is going on here? How you doing? Hey, James, what's up, James? What's your question? What do you got? He was damn near jovial, and we thought somebody told him he's good. Like, there's no way like that he just woke up on the right side of the bed today.
Right.
Someone pulled him aside and said, "Don't worry about it. Like, you're good. You're going to get through the season." I feel like Monty feels like, I'm upping my value right now. He ain't stopped smiling. He's probably going to call a press conference today. Hey, you guys want to talk? What y'all want to talk about?
Well, let me ask you, because we'll get in depth into it later if we need to. But I missed the whole press conference on Friday with Malik Monk and Kevin Herter. Kevon Herter.
Kayvon, yeah.
Shout out to him. I like Kayvon.
Yeah,
I like Tommy Egan too. Now with this whole 50 Cent connection, he is the Tommy Egan of what we're doing here in Sacramento. There's a lot going on there. We'll get into it.
But who would be Jamie?
I mean, take your pick. I don't know. Take your pick. Maybe it's Malik. Might be Keegan.
Keegan is not Tommy. No, Keegan can't be Jamie. I don't know who Keegan is.
He's really low key. He's in control. He's quiet assassin. But Keegan out there and do work though. Keegan get out
Okay.
there and you don't understand. You think you're dealing with the political figure James St. Patrick. No, Keegan Ghost out there.
Before you know it, you're gonna be in the back of Truth nightclub. Yeah, you don't want that. All right, I'll go with that. Keegan St. Patrick. I'm with it.
The question is who's Kanan? We don't have no Kanan.
We don't have. See, that's what, and that's all. Might be Malik. Kanan's the only thing that we're missing right now.
It might be. You know who it might be? Might be my boy TD.
Oh yeah,
just got a little wild side to him, man. You never know.
What you think, TD?
Is that honestly? I don't know. Is that a trick question?
Like if we can get a Sacramento King on the show like regularly, it's absolutely going to be Terrence Davis.
Hey, look.
I don't want Keegan Murray. I don't want. I want Terrence Davis on the show.
Hey, let me just say, DMs have been made.
Well, I mean, De'Aaron Fox was tweeting at you last night. So call Fox if he wants to join us.
Well, with Zeke is it all made sense. It all made sense.
Because I don't think Vivek knows Zeke is dead. That's the scary part. Is like Vivek doesn't know that Zeke was murdered.
He went undrafted. We can get him undrafted.
And I thought this was out of line, by the way, and I hope that this isn't a thing. 50 is not at the level of performing at halftime at Kings games. Like 50 Cent is not Coolio.
You're right. I agree.
Like he's not Vanilla Ice. Oh, come on. That came across as disrespectful.
Well, now he can perform. Everybody performs at halftime.
He can perform outside at Doko, opening night. He could do that.
He could.
But, going out there to sing, in the club and then leave. No.
Who's the biggest artist to perform at halftime? Off the top of my head, I would say Wale.
Oh, John. Wale performed at halftime here?
Yeah.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't at that one.
I think you were. I feel like it was the first game of the season. Maybe it was the year before. Well, no, nobody was there the year before. It was last year. But yeah, Wale was there at halftime.
Okay. That's up there.
I mean, 50's bigger than Wale, though.
I think so.
Yeah.
Let's not diminish 50. Like,
no,
I don't know what the hell he was doing at
halftime.
But
no, bro, that's his guy. That's his guy.
That's fine. I still feel like 50 could pack a large club.
Oh, for sure.
I don't think he could pack the Golden One Center, but he could still
by himself. But if he could headline a nice lineup at the Golden One Center that would pack it out.
Yeah,
he could be the main eventer for sure. So he can perform after Ondoko. But I say all that to say, I don't even remember what I was saying. But we were talking
solid transition. That's good.
We were talking about Keegan and everything that was going on with him, and I look at everything that he does as being transferable. One of the things that I think about with what I see from Keegan Murray and what I see from Paolo's a promising superstar, in my opinion. You know what I mean? Like he's that dude. But the things that he's doing in summer league against rookies and fringe NBA players, I'd have questions if it would be that easy immediately against NBA guys, against Draymond Green. You know what I mean? Against Al Horford. It's not the same. It's a different level. Keegan Murray, because what he does is just in the flow of everything. He's not, ISO in and doing all this other stuff. He's catch and shoot. I'm working the ball around against me. I pump fake one dribble. This is stuff that he's absolutely going to be able to do with De'Aaron Fox and Sabonis and Harrison Barnes and Malik Monk. He's going to get the same looks that Trey Lyles gets, except he's a better player than Trey Lyles.
Mm-hmm.
So I look at what he's doing in the summer league and what he did in the California Classic. I'm like, he's going to absolutely do the same things in the NBA. I have no doubt about it. I'm saying right now, I have no doubt. I know the whole it's just summer league. People play with caution. I have no doubt about the fact that Keegan Murray is going to do the same things in the regular NBA that he's doing in summer league. Will he average 21 points a game like he's doing in summer league? No, because I don't know he's always going to get those type of opportunities. But as far as efficiency, and you see the numbers of like shooting 47% from the field, 41% from three, I have no doubt in my mind he's going to do that in the regular NBA.
Yeah, and I think that's when you really, again, you're trying to figure out what is. I think you used the term transferable. What can I take over to? What can I take from this game and go? Okay, this is going to work when De'Aaron is playing and Harrison is playing, and this is going to work when the starting lineup is out there, and this is going to work when you're going against the best defenses in the game. And the fact that none of it looks forced, right? None of it looks out of character. None of it looks like he's just not in the flow of the game. That's what leads me to believe it's all transferable. That's what leads me to believe that if you want to react to Keegan Murray scoring 20 or 23 or 25, you absolutely can, because I don't think Keegan's going to go from averaging, 20, whatever the exact number is, 21 here in the playoffs to 7 when the season starts.
Right.
I don't feel like he's going to suddenly disappear. Now he's going to have more guys around him taking shots, but that's going to open up more opportunities for him to get offensive rebounds. And again, when you look at the number of shots, when you look at the way that he's getting these 20 points, it's not like, Paolo took, I think, like 16, 17 shots the night that they played. Mm-hmm. He took 15 shots. He was 6 of 15. Mm-hmm. He's going out there. He's working to get those baskets. Yeah. Like he's in, and I think you outlined this beautifully earlier. He's looking this as a showcase. He's looking at games against Keegan Murray or Jabari Smith Jr. as challenges. Mm-hmm. I'm going to show you why I'm the guy. I'm going to show you why I was the number one pick. And with Keegan, it's a little too simplistic to say the game falls in his lap. Mm-hmm. But he doesn't force anything. Right. Like he just lets the game play out, and he finds his role and goes from there.
Yeah. He doesn't, I know it's always said, he doesn't force anything. He takes what the defense is giving him. He takes what is going in the offense, like what's going on with the shots that he's able to get within the offense. There's not too many times where he's forcing much of anything. Like he doesn't even look at, like, as much as he's just like playing well, he's not looking at it like, oh, I'm about to go to work on Paolo. He's like, I'm gonna just do what I do. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? And what I do out there usually results in me having a good game and having a good stat line and hitting shots over these guys. Just his demeanor is something that alone is transferable. And I'm the type of guy, like, I want somebody like Paolo, as far as like how emotional and invested Paolo seems to be in trying to prove to everybody that he's the best player. I love that. But I also love and respect a guy like Keegan, who's just like, I'm going to just do me. You know what I mean? And usually doing me is getting 21 to 23 points, 7 to 8 rebounds, and us winning the game. I love that. And you talk about that in the sense of this team. Oh, man, this dude, he's going to shoot the lights out next to Sabonis and Fox. You know what I'm saying? The open shots he's going to get, and the way the NBA goes, and the way, he's going to be wide open so many times. How many times he's going to, by understanding the game, know when to cut backdoor for Sabonis to find him. Maybe I'm big up in him too much at this point and expecting too much. But that's how much I think of his game by what we've seen so far. He's going to flourish offensively with these guys next to him. I really believe that.
And for people who do kind of turn their nose up at this and go, why are you overhyping him? Why it's summer league? Why are you so wrapped up in all of this? Why are you making such a big deal out of 5 games against fringe NBA competition? And the way I would respond is simple. Why not? Like, why wouldn't you? Like if you, because I can't envision a scenario where we see Keegan playing the way that he is and he suddenly disappears when the season starts. Like suddenly he can't shoot 40% from three anymore.
Right. He's just going to make wide open shots.
Suddenly he's not an 85% free throw shooter. Suddenly he's not shooting 48%. Like all of that disappears because it goes to the regular season. Now, certainly the defense will get a little bit stiffer. But if you think the defense is going to be stiff in game one, buddy, you haven't watched October regular season basketball in a long time. Like Keegan's going to have an opportunity to find his legs in the league, not to the degree of summer league, but he's going to have the opportunity against, last year, I think it was Portland, Utah, Denver, something like that. He's going to have the opportunity to get out there. And while teams are still trying to figure themselves out, he can find his place in the league. I have less concern about Keegan at the start of the season than I do Keegan at the end of the season. But the end of the season has more to do with, whether real or imaginary, the rookie wall and playing the most games that you've ever played in your life and your legs holding up and all of that.
You can make the argument. I'd love to hear some of these guys talk about it and maybe try to understand what I'm saying. Is the defense in summer league is a little more intense than a regular season NBA game. It's not more talented. You got guys that can close the gap better than these guys, but they're just scrapping the entire time. Yeah, they're just scrapping. That's not how an NBA regular season game usually happens. They'll turn it up maybe in the fourth quarter if it's close all the time, but ain't nobody just scrapping with 9 minutes to go in the second quarter like they are in a summer league game. So I say that to say he's gonna get plenty of open looks in a regular season NBA game.
We'll come back. Lots more to talk about besides Keegan Murray. Want to shine the light on some other Sacramento Kings who are playing really well. And our Ceiling is the Roof performance of the night, brought to you by ACR Solar and Roofing, is coming up next here on Dealing with KC on ESPN 1320.
You guys responded to the best halftime performance. You're right. Big Boy is. I remember he performed. He was.
I remember that. I was there for that.
Obviously, I think he's greater than 50 Cent. But yeah, Big Boy could have had a post game performance by himself. Somebody mentioned. There it was. Jay Sean. I don't think he did anything with T-Pain. I think Jay Sean did it himself. And that was like the first halftime performance. I think that was at Arco. I was there for that. I like Jay Sean. I don't know a lot of his songs, but he had one song that was like, he did a song with Rick Ross that was like really good. And I think he did another one, but somebody said Too Short. Too Short is definitely, I think he's done halftime multiple times. Yeah, 50 don't need to do halftime.
No, definitely not. Oh, I remember Eric Bellinger being here. He was performing at a club, I think. And he came through.
A lot of people really like Eric Bellinger. He's cool. He's cool.
Man, Allie Quigley, man, she's been a bucket getter from jump. Like her career is just taking her everywhere, man. And she's 36 years old, went out there and won that 3-point contest this weekend.
You never lose the ability to shoot it.
Shoot, Sylvia Fowles, 36. She went out there and dunked it in game.
Yeah, that was nuts. She said, "It's like that means you gotta come back. You gotta be like Tom Brady." She said, "Absolutely not. Absolutely not. That is not what that means. I'm done. I'm out of here."
Poor Sil retiring the same year. Birdie's retiring. Birdie's gonna get all the attention.
Yeah.
Sil, LSU. Yeah.
I can't.
All the time. Look right here. Right there when 7:10 a.m. KC. Just when we was about to cross over with KSFM, Kenny's crossing over to LA. Man, they had some heat this weekend. For real, they had some heat.
Oh yeah, they was gonna. I was seeing something last night. These dudes, man, in the league, man. I'm not a big fan of that, and I'm all about the fashion. I like the fashion, but I don't like them going back to the baggy look. And some of them just be that don't even make no sense. Why are you wearing that? I saw some outfit from D'Angelo Russell in some magazine. I was like, bro, come on, man. Come on, that's not it. That's not it. He had like some big old pants with a corduroy jacket with no shirt underneath and some green socks and some what they call hush puppies, I think.
Yeah.
Like, bro, what?
I don't like those big pants looks that they've been doing lately.
Nah,
I mean,
man, they trying to bring it back, man. I'm like, nah,
right,
keep it slim.
Big like wide bottoms too. Like, am I gonna fall on these joints? Like, the bottom of your pants be hella dirty because you keep stepping on them. Like, dude, I'm a grown ass man. Plus, I don't want my pants to meet my ankles anytime soon.
Not your job. Matt Fisher, come on, big dog. Did you hear me say New York was second? And I threw Atlanta in there as 5. Atlanta or New Orleans. I think I'll go Atlanta over New Orleans slightly, but I love New Orleans.
Yeah, New York.
Love Sacramento.
I
love Sacramento.
Okay, thank you. That's very nice of you. That was mandated, by the way. I can't lie. I was telling Jesse before the show started, I love this little Richard Jefferson gimmick for tonight's Summer League game with the Knicks and the Trailblazers.
What's going on?
Did you miss that? It broke, like it was announced a little bit before our show. Richard Jefferson is going to officiate the second quarter of the New York Portland game tonight.
I like that too.
I love this.
I think this is awesome. Like that a lot. No, that is dope. Oh, that is, look, we may not be exactly, on par, but can I go somewhere real quick? Because I saw somebody talking about this on Twitter, and now you're mentioning this Richard Jefferson situation, and I think it was after the Kings game on Saturday, and the game was nuts. Did you see Thomas and Mack Arena? I mean, you would have thought it was Game 7. You would have thought it was like a home game for somebody, the way people were reacting. This was some random neutral game in the Summer League, and people went crazy. And I forgot who it was. It was just a random guy on Twitter. He was like, yo, did you see this Summer League game? You see how this is popping? Even the Summer League is popping. The crowd is going crazy. He said, bro, NFL, I think we got a new king. I think we got a new king with the NBA. Now, when you talk about TV ratings and all that other stuff, NBA still can't compete. They can't compete with the TV ratings. But aside from, I know we're in Sacramento, aside from here and there, how many times have we talked football since February? It's about to be like mid-July. We would never go this long without talking about the NBA.
But that's not fair. Like, we cater to our audience. Like, we cater to the people who listen to this show. Like, this is a basketball town. And we're approaching the time. We'll talk football. Like, we'll talk, 49ers, and we'll talk the major stories and the Raiders or whatever the big NFL story is. Like, there's a time for that. I just, for me, like, basketball has always been more exciting to me. It's just, there are so many elements that go into football to where not only basketball, but no other sport can take that. Like the 16 games, like there's a sense of urgent. There's like, no, the percentage of teams that go 0-2, like they start this 2 week. They don't start it 2 weeks into the season. They started in week 1. Right. Where here's the list of teams that are 0-1. You know what happens if you go to 0-2? The chances of making the playoffs drop to, despite the fact all of those numbers should be thrown away because there's an extra game being played now.
Right.
But
so week 2 gets like so much more intense if you're on Route 1, right?
Right. So there's that. There's the gambling aspect of it.
Mm-hmm.
And there's the fantasy aspect of it. Like anybody, I think people like locking in, for a 16 to 18 week, contest with their friends.
Right.
Like everybody, offices, your friends, your mom's friends, they all do fantasy football. Everybody loves doing fantasy football. That keeps people engaged. That keeps people for rooting. They'll root for the running back. We got to turn to the Steelers game because I got their running back on my fantasy team. The NBA just doesn't have that. Like no sport has that.
Right.
In terms of excitement, though, I don't think there's anything close on a night-to-night basis better than the NBA.
I mean, the NBA really is October to July. Think about that for a second.
Yeah.
You really get August and September off, and that's it. Like there's something going on in the NBA the entire time. Now the NFL is strong enough where if the NFL could pick up tomorrow, and like you mentioned, there is no buffer period. Like we're like, they moved up week 1 to next week. Oh well, I have vacation plans. That's dead. Like we're not going nowhere. Week 1 is here. Like they can pick up at any time. Whereas if the NBA said, "Hey, we're starting our season August 1st," all right, season started. It's a marathon, not a sprint. You know what I mean? So, like you mentioned, the NFL has that, but now what the NBA has created with this summer league, to the point where it's a pilgrimage. It's a destination. We were talking about it earlier. We both were on the same page without even saying it. We're like, ain't no way we're not in Vegas next year.
Yeah.
There ain't no way we're not in Vegas next year. Yeah. And as somebody, one of the guys on basketball Twitter talked about it. And he was like, it was my first time going to Vegas Summer League. He's like, I've been to NBA Finals. I've been to All-Star games. And you got, people there at the NBA Finals. You got people there at the All-Star game. He said, Vegas Summer League, everybody is at Vegas Summer League. GMs, coaches, influencers, regular fans, like everybody. And that's something the NFL just can't, or at least they haven't been able to tap into throughout the summer when they're off.
Yeah. They can't. They rely on NFL Live to do that stuff for them, to create that buzz for them. They were, OTAs to get people excited. I mean, basketball, I think there's also something to the fact that you can see basketball players, right? And you can't see football players. Like if the Sacramento Kings starting 5 walked by you at various points throughout the day, most of you would be able to point them out.
Right.
You'd be able to point out, I think you'd be able to point out all 5 guys.
Right.
If the starters for the San Francisco 49ers on offense and defense walked by you at various times throughout the day, like 20 of the 22 times, you just be like, oh, that's a big dude right there. Like you might know that that's Trent. You'll know Trent Williams because Trent Williams is going to make sure you know that that's Trent Williams.
Right.
Like he's going to show out. Dudes are going to walk by. You'd be like, oh, big boy right there. Keep moving. Ain't gonna think nothing about it.
No. Aaron Banks, he walked by me right now. And you don't find a bigger 49er fan than myself. Well, no.
I think there's something to that. I think there's I think people, I don't know what I think they can gravitate more towards basketball players, whereas, and this is exactly the way the NFL wants it, by the way. In the NBA, you can gravitate towards players. Kings fans for sure. Laker fans, Warriors fans. There's fans of teams for sure, but you gravitate towards players. In football, it's kind of like you're a fan of the team. And that's it. And who's the best player on the team? Because that's the jersey I'm going to get.
Right.
And that's kind of the way the NFL wants it. They want you to rep the team more than any one particular player.
And to your point, I might know all the Niners. I don't know. I know 10% of the Raiders, 10% of the Rams.
Yeah.
Like if their middle linebacker or outside linebacker came into a gym, maybe I'd know they're the Seahawks. Or like maybe, but I am not the number
But if
one.
the Clippers walked by,
oh,
if the Thunder walked by, if
Luke Kennard walked by, like, that's
Right.
Luke Kennard.
Luke.
That's Terrence Mann. I know him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that's just the difference. You remember the one time, and I don't think this was an NFL sanctioned league, but they were playing it on the network. They had the 7-on-7s, the flag football. You remember when they did that for a summer?
Mhm.
And I thought they might have something here. Like that's pretty interesting. I actually think Michael Vick played in one of them,
Mhm.
and I was like, yeah, I'll watch this. And then they just never. They don't play it no more. But those are the type of things that you think about the NFL, trying to do, and they just, to be honest with you, I don't think they just have any interest in doing it because they could do it if they wanted to, but I don't think they really care. Like you said, they're fine with NFL Live just airing every day for an hour,
Every single day
about the same non-topics.
No, it's about the Cowboys and Aaron Rodgers. I'm sure they must have spent 3 shows on Aaron Rodgers' tattoo.
Oh my.
Like they there's no way they spent anything less than 30 minutes per day on Aaron Rodgers' tattoo. But that's and I guess the same is similarly true with basketball, though. Like it's going to be LeBron, it's going to be the Lakers.
I mean, they were talking Lakers during the NBA Finals, like during the NBA Finals pregame show. They were, what does LeBron do now?
Well, to be fair, they were talking about the Sacramento Kings on the NBA Finals pregame show too.
They were very relevant.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge.
The ceiling is the roof. Let's make it happen. Let's keep moving forward.
Yes, thank you, Michael Jordan. The ceiling is in fact the roof, and we've got your Ceiling is the Roof performance of the night brought to you by ACR Solar and Roofing. Give them a call at 916-481-7200 to set your appointment. It's 100+ degrees today. You're going to have that air conditioner riding, and well, could be working a little extra hard if you have an old roof. Get that inspected. Or if solar's your vibe, you want to kick around that option, find out what it's all about. Check out ACR Solar and Roofing. Again, 916-481-7200 KC. The performer of the night seems obvious. Keegan Murray, 23 points last night. But how many times can our men win this brand new Ceiling is the Roof performance of the night? I thought, you know what? We haven't had a chance to talk about Neemias Queta. Why don't we rock with Neemias Queta? Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Not Queta. No, I was thinking, man, I really like Keon Lewis, bro. I really like Keon Lewis.
Ellis,
excuse me. I always get his last name wrong. Keon Ellis, and I'm looking right at it. But no, it ain't Keon Ellis either.
Okay. Well, where we
Frankie Ferrari.
Oh, that boy Frankie Ferrari.
Is your Ceiling is the Roof performance of the night. 16 points plus 27 last night. We talked about the win against Orlando and haven't referenced. They did play another game yesterday. They beat the Indiana Pacers with interviews from Tyrese Haliburton and Buddy Hield. But Frankie Ferrari, 16 points in his 26 minutes, 4 of 6 from 3 assists, and one of the top names in all of Summer League. Your Ceiling is the Roof performance of the night brought to you by ACR Solar and Roofing. Again, give them a call, 916-481-7200.
Yeah, man. Frankie Ferrari, after, all the jokes people had on him and everything. He said,
I was clowning.
Man, he said, man, I'm out here, man. Let me show these boys what I'm trying to run the offense, but y'all act like I can't get buckets. Let me get buckets on these boys real quick. Shout out to Frankie Ferrari. I was going to say, actually, when we were talking about him last week, I was like, I get the jokes and everything. I like what he does. Is he an NBA player? Probably not. You know what I mean? But he plays his little role, his little point guard role. I like Frankie Ferrari. He's okay. I'd like to have him in the G League.
I like the fact
he's a gatekeeper.
I just like the fact he was out there working. We talked about, Keegan and how his play is easily transferable. We talked about Keegan Murray and how you can see everything he's doing here in Summer League easily making its way over to the regular season, and it nothing being too big of a stretch. Like, he's not going to be able to do that when De'Aaron is around, or he's not going to be able to do that when Domantas Sabonis is around. I have far bigger questions about Neemias Queta and Keon Ellis. Queta, was it? I don't remember if it was the one game was happening while we were on the air, and I can't remember if it was the California Classic or some. Well, no, Summer League was Saturday, so it had to have been the California Classic.
It was the championship game.
That's right, the Laker game, the battle for Kenny's heart. What? We were watching this, like, yo, what is? Essentially, without saying, what is wrong with Neemias Queta? Like, he is way too big to be out there and not be able to establish an impact. Plus, he's got a year of ball under his belt. Like, he should be doing more. And to his credit, in the second half of that Laker game, he absolutely did. He did much, much more to help the Sacramento Kings win the California Classic Championship of the World. And I think he's had a nice little start here to the Summer League as well. But those are two players. Keon Ellis, I think, has gotten a lot of players' attention, I think he's gotten a lot of fans' attention, a lot of people's attention. And he's a guy who, I don't know how much he'll bounce back and forth between Stockton and Sacramento, but he's another one of those guys where, Monty talked about this on Friday at that press conference on Friday about utilizing that Stockton King system and using it as a way to develop guys. Well, if you're really using this as a way to develop, I mean, we look at it didn't really work out with Robert Woodard and Jemias Ramsey. I really do want to see it work out with Neemias Queta and Keon Ellis. And as I look at the Kings roster, again, not to keep harping on it, but to go back to Monty McNair's press conference on Friday, and one of the things that got a lot of people's attention was, we don't think we're done yet. We always want to keep improving the team. We always want to keep working. And I bring this dude's I bring this dude's name up a lot, and it's not because I don't respect the way that he plays, but I would really like to see Alex Len involved in just about any trade that the Sacramento Kings can propose, because that puts Neemias Queta in a different situation for me.
Yeah,
and that gives, like, I think you need some things to go right. Man, I need someone to give me a reason why Neemias Queta can't battle Rashawn Holmes for backup center minutes once we get towards the end of the season. I don't think he's there yet, by the way. I ain't going that stand. Like, I'm not going that hard for him. But he seemingly, and I guess you could say this about a lot of NBA players who don't make it, he has all the tools. Like, I don't look at Neemias Queta and go, wow, he's not big enough. Oh, his touch is too weak. Like, I feel like he has so many tools to be really good at that position. And Alex Len is just kind of in the way of that right now. And I think the first start for Queta is to be the third center on this team. And then at that point, you either push Rashawn Holmes to be great or you take his job from him.
So here's the thing that I wonder about Queta, because I loved what I saw from him in Vegas. Specifically in those two games. I mean, he really showed up the way I was expecting him to show up in the California Classic, and the way that I want to see him play this entire Summer League. Loved what I saw from him. You got to ask yourself, if you're Monty McNair and the Sacramento Kings organization, what is better for his development? Being with the big club and being the third center and going a number of days without playing games in some cases, or getting one more year in Stockton and playing every night, big minutes every night, and developing your game that way? I don't have the answer. I just know that's the question, and that's what you've got to figure out. Like, which one do you feel is better for his development? My first thought is one more year in Stockton, or at least half the season in Stockton.
He's clearly still raw. I mean, we've seen that in the last week and a half. Like, he's still, I mean, we were joking it was either halftime or third quarter of that Laker game. He had more fouls than rebounds and points combined.
Mhm.
And like when you're if he's not scoring, like that's whatever. There's no excuse for him not having like 10 plus rebounds anytime he's playing substantial minutes. And obviously in that Laker game, he was playing substantial minutes. But as it stands like right now, I think the answer to your question, I think it's easy. The answer to your question is he's in Stockton.
Mhm.
It's just if Alex Len is gone, then I start wondering, because if Rashawn's locked in and Rashawn can stay healthy and Rashawn is in a good place with his role here in the team, I mean that's a good look for the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah.
If it's not, I don't think Rashawn's minutes are just guaranteed to him or just handed to him. Like I'm looking at Mr. Rancho right now on youtube.com/ESPN1320. He says, "What? Queta will never be better than Holmes. Stop this." I love Rashawn. We're that hung up on Rashawn Holmes?
I wouldn't. Yeah, Mr. Rancho, I don't agree with that. He'll never be better than him. He's not better than him right now.
Like
Rashawn's saying he is.
Absolutely not. 100% not. In the ideal scenario, Queta's pushing. In the ideal scenario for me, for the Kings' success, is Rashawn has a role on this team that works for everyone, works for him, and it works for W's, because that's ultimately what this is all about.
Mm.
But if he's off, then I would rather. My hope would be Queta would be the guy who could push them rather than Alex Len, because Alex Len you could insert in there. You know exactly what Alex Len is going to do. Right. You still got to figure out what the ceiling is for Neemias Queta, and there are going to be a lot more bumpy moments, along the way for him. But anyone who looks at the number 1 pick in the draft, it says, "You don't know me, bro. I'm with that. Like, let's go." Yeah. Put that we putting that on a shirt. Like I'm on. You don't know me, bro. Let's do that.
Yeah, that was some good stuff right there. I saw stuff in his game, and I've seen it a couple of different times that really it's encouraging to me with the way he moves. Like he's gotten the ball on the run a couple of different times, put it on the deck, hit a euro, hit a reverse euro, crossover, all this other stuff. I'm impressed with that from time to time. He's not able to do it consistently and stay in control consistently with it. But the fact that he's agile enough to do that, the fact that he's skilled right now enough to even be able to pull that off a couple of times, you don't see that from guys his size. So if he gets in a situation where, he continues to work on those skills, I want to see him have some type of back to the basket game. You know what I mean? Be able to, obviously the game's a little different and his role is a little different. I think about guys in the playoffs, in the finals, where, he would match up or what his game would be like. Robert Williams, Kevon Looney. These aren't guys that they run plays for and they post up. They're really like getting the scraps and being, hustle board guys. That's what Queta would be. But I'd like to see somebody dumps the ball down to you. You could put the ball on the deck, turn around, jump hook or something like that. And I don't think he has any of that right now. And that's stuff that you keep working on, in Stockton. But I like the demeanor, like you started off saying. Telling Paolo, "Hey, you don't know me, bro. You see this jump shot. This is what even if it's not, this is what I do. You don't know me." Yeah, I like that, right? And some of the things that he's shown out there, like specifically in Vegas, didn't see much of any of it in San Francisco. But since they've gone to Vegas, he's done a really good job in those 2 games.
I think it also speaks to the importance of the Stockton program really mirroring what Sacramento does, because to be in this position, whether you're Rashawn, which we know he can, or Queta or Alex Len or whoever, you've got to be able to pass the ball. Like I think the Kings want, like, so Sabonis is obviously the best passing big, and like that's part of the reason he's here. But you don't want to have to completely alter the way you play every time Sabonis like exits. You still need a guy in that position who can find, Terrence Davis or Keegan Murray or Malik Monk or Kevin Huerter. You still want a guy, you still want a big in that position who can find the open shooter, who can find the cutting guy. And maybe that's where, that's where the Stockton stuff comes more into play. And that's, again, the importance of, Bobby and that staff being in sync with what Mike Brown is doing, because you want those offenses to mirror each other. So when Queta steps on the floor, instead of being with that crew, Keon Ellis and that crew in Stockton, all of a sudden you're with De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis. The same things are happening around you. They're probably happening a lot quicker, but they're happening around you. The positions that you're in. You can find your guys, you can find your shooters, and you can contribute to the scoring of that bench unit.
Exactly. Yeah, I agree. I want to see who can be that, whether it's Holmes or Queta. I think Alex Len is actually pretty good at that. So, and we talked about it before. I think we like Alex Len more than it sounds. Like, we think he's a good ball player, but his role on this team, it's like, where are we going with it?
That's it. It's just with Alex Len, like, it's not like, we all, as James has laid out all these expiring contracts, like, we just think Alex Len is either going to be gone this year or gone in February or gone. Like, he's not a part of a plan.
Right.
It turns out Bob Woodard and Jemias Ramsey weren't a part of a plan either.
Mm-hmm.
I've never watched Neemias Queta and thought anything like when I watched those two, particularly Woodard. Like, and that's not like, watching Woodard was tough sometimes.
Ooh.
But Queta, sometimes you just see him and go, whew, he needs minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's all it looks like, is he just looks raw. He just needs minutes.
Right.
But I've never looked at him and just scratched my head like, what are you going to do with this?
Right.
I've never thought of him.
Me neither.
I've never thought of him like that. We'll come back.
Be honest.
There's more to say. Yeah, I mean, Keegan not quite getting the love. James Wiseman and Jonathan Kuminga took the front page news yesterday because there was this realization that, oh man, these young guys on the Warriors are really good as well. We'll continue to talk hoop. Giants bounce back a little bit. We'll talk about that much more ahead here as D'Lo and KC continue on ESPN 1320. Yeah.
One of the
up in the trade value.
One of this random thing that went down. I don't know how I came across this or whatever, but I came across Malik Monk highlights and stuff.
Censored for
Malik Monk highlights, and two things came about. So I was watching some of the Lakers stuff and some of the stuff he did in Charlotte. Man, it's sick. Like, Malik Monk that boy can go.
Mm-hmm.
And then I came across the highlights of the game that really introduced me to De'Aaron Fox. But if Dr. David, if you're in here, this was the one where I was like, yo, need to get Malik Monk. And that's that Kentucky-Carolina game in Vegas at the beginning of the college season, their freshman year. I think he had 47 and had the game-winning 3. And I said, this dude Malik Monk is sick. And I'm bringing this all around to say, I don't know what's going to happen, moving forward. I like Jaden Ivey. Jaden Ivey's a great player. Stephen Brown. Jaden Ivey is not better than Malik Monk today. And Jaden Ivey never did anything that Malik Monk did in college. Like, Malik Monk was
why is that a comp? I don't get it.
Because remember when I came in when they signed Malik Monk, and I said, we wanted Jaden Ivey in the draft.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you went with Keegan Murray, and we like him, and now you sign Malik Monk, who today is a better version of Jaden Ivey. You came out of this draft early offseason with Keegan and a better version of Ivey. And then Stephen Brown was like, you're crazy. Ivey's better than Malik Monk today. I said, what?
Oh,
I said, are you out of your mind?
Don't do that.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
No. And like I said, Kevin, Jaden Ivey he can be an all-star, so I don't know. But today, Malik is the truth. I think Malik is going to have a big season.
I hope so. Can y'all hit the thumbs up while you're here? Please.
You know what I have a fear that's going to happen? And James talked about it when they didn't get the third year. I think Malik is going to ball like crazy in 2 years. I think the Kings are going to win. And then we're going to be like stressed out that he might leave. We might have to give him a max. We can't let Malik Monk leave. I think that's going to happen.
Yeah,
I'm stressed in 2 years.
But that's not a bad thing.
No.
No. You want him to play well. I think everybody wants him to outperform his $19 million contract. His 9 per year or whatever it is. I think everybody wants him to outperform that. Yeah, right on cue. I have a chip on my shoulder. I just wanted to go out there and prove why I'm the number one pick every game. Paolo Banchero today on NBA Today.
Paolo versus Chet tonight.
Yeah.
Chet.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And Chet ain't going back down. Chet gonna be ready. I think the young man's gonna be good. He's gonna be a good ball player. What if we were in Houston and we saw Jabari Smith Jr. after a couple games? What do you think we'd be saying? What'd you say, Jesse?
Yeah, that's a cold question that you just asked. I'm gonna ask you to repeat that here in just a second, but I do want to shout out Malika Andrews, who talking to Paolo Banchero on NBA Today, and the clip that has been put out on social media. It's a lengthy clip, so we won't play Paolo Banchero talking to her. But the quote is, "I have a chip on my shoulder. I just wanted to go out there and prove why I'm the number one pick every game." I just think that's so awesome because it's literally what we said an hour ago.
Yes.
And you could see it, and it's fine to hear him say that, but when you watch him play, you watch him knowing he's trying to prove a point. Like he's trying to show you who he is.
Yeah.
And I just love that.
I love it too. I love it.
You want to throw out that question you just asked right there? Because I thought that was pretty.
Yeah. So before I do that though, Woj, NBA Board of Governors is expected on Tuesday to approve the play-in tournament as a regular part of future league seasons. The play-in had been voted on a year-to-year basis in the past 2 seasons, but support exists to turn it into an annual element of the NBA structure. The play-in consists of 7th through 10th place teams in both conferences to fill the 7th and 8th spots. Yeah, the thing ain't going nowhere. I think it is more revenue.
Yeah,
another way to keep more markets invested for longer.
Yeah.
And the actual, like, I know we had a couple of blowouts or whatever this year.
Pretty much anything involving Charlotte, I think, ends in a blowout.
Keep them out. Keep Charlotte and Indiana out of there. But I mean, I think it's, if you're giving these guys I hate to say that, the real playoff teams, if you're giving them like a week off anyway to get their stuff together, why not play 2 extra games?
The only thing I don't like, man, is I just don't like the 82 plus the play-in.
Now that I agree with that.
That just feels like,
yeah,
that feels like a lot. And I don't think we've had an instance like this where it's, I don't want to say concerning isn't the right word. I don't think we've had an instance like this where you can kind of, you look at this sideways, but what did we have here? We had, like the 44, 43, 44, 43. Those are the wins of the 7 through 10 seeds in the Eastern Conference. 46, 36, 42, 34. Those are the wins of the 7 through 10th in the Western Conference. So, San Antonio was in there. They got eliminated out of the gate. Willie Green and the New Orleans Pelicans, they advanced in theirs. I don't think it's going to be. It's not an issue. I think the 34 win team is a problem. I wonder what will happen.
The Spurs were the 34th win team, right?
Yeah.
Everybody else was fine.
The Pelicans were 36 and 46.
36.
And then, the Clippers in Minnesota were both above 500. I guess so far, there's nothing egregious about it. I guess I'm fine with it. It's not my favorite. The year before, was that a 72 game season? Yeah, that was 72 games. So that's gonna look a little bit different. San Antonio again, 33 and 39. Made the playoffs.
It's kind of manufactured and orchestrated excitement. I get that, because I think more times than not, what we're kind of talking about is that 10th seed. 10th seed really, and this is what I remember we had this discussion last year or during the season when it was like, oh, the West is so hard. How can you even get there? I was like, the 10th seed is never really that good. They're never like unattainable or anything like that. And that is the gift and the curse, because now you're getting a team that probably shouldn't be involved in any kind of postseason situation, possibly working their way into the actual playoffs. And we have to see this team one more time that really has no business being in there. So I get that aspect of it, but I think for the most part, so far it's worked out where that 10 seed hasn't even sniffed the real playoffs, right? Like San Antonio didn't make it. I think Charlotte was the 10 in the East this past year. They got blown out. I think the year before, Indiana was the 10. They got blown out. Like, they never really find a way to get themselves in there.
And Charlotte was a 43-win team also. And Charlotte's the same thing before. Indiana also. Yeah, it's fine. People seem to like it. And hell, gives us hope.
Yes.
Like it gives us hope. So that's fine. And I thought it was pretty clear after the first year that the play-in was probably sticking around.
And our guy Brad Clayton, he's wondering why we keep talking about this. Well, because it was a year-to-year thing. Like, it wasn't like there was a possibility it could be gone this year. But Wells just reported that now it looks like they're going to keep it as a institution into the season. And you know what it is. I mean, and they'll never do it, but put that thing in Vegas.
Hey, can you stop this?
Put it in Vegas.
Stop
Vegas or the Garden.
There's like, no, you don't need to. No. So what's so now you do that. You're eliminating seeding. So 82 games for those 4 teams or those 8 teams, they don't matter.
To play in a neutral spot.
Yeah, they don't matter.
That'd be fun though.
It doesn't matter if once you get to 7 to 10, like, it doesn't matter what you do after that.
That'd be fun just in Vegas. We'll be there.
No, we weren't even at Summer League. It ruined my whole Sunday. I woke up. I legit woke up like, why am I here? Why am I not in Las Vegas? I'm looking at Deuce and Morgan. We're eating pizza at 3 a.m. What the hell are we doing here? How are we here and not in Las Vegas?
And make that mistake next year.
And Kenny talking about the fictitious play-in tournament in Las Vegas that doesn't even exist. Oh, we're gonna be there. We're gonna be at Summer League next year. We only gonna be there for a day. We'll be there for at least for one show. We're gonna be there for the weekend, and then we're gonna come on, because I don't think you're gonna see LeBron and Davion and Buddy and Ty. I don't think you're gonna see all of those people sitting courtside tomorrow.
Yeah,
well, maybe you see a couple tonight. Yeah, I don't think you're going to see.
Might be there.
You might see for Paolo and Chet tonight. I don't think you're going to see anyone there.
Yeah, they're going to start fading away. Did you see last night? I wasn't really watching this game, but I tapped in on this moment where they had a fight in the stands. Did you see that?
At Summer League? Oh, I missed that. Of course, it was the Lakers.
The Lakers.
Good God.
Right. It was the Lakers and the Hornets.
Of course.
And they were, it was like at the end of the game, like they had tied the game up. There was like 20 seconds left. and they went to Chris Mills, I think the guy's name is, and Steve Smith, and they were talking, all right, what's the strategy here? All of a sudden, Steve Smith turns around, gets up, and starts the game. And yeah, they had a fight going on in the stands behind them.
They needed a little baby security guard there to help them out.
Oh my gosh. I need him to play on the line. Niners lost Lake and Tomlinson. Get that guy. Get him to fill in.
I saw a tweet that said he threw that man into another dimension. If you haven't seen Lil Baby's security guard throw off a fan who got on stage, I mean, like, he throw this dude so far. Like, when you watch it, my man's like running, like his legs are just moving so fast. It's like he's trying to run across the air.
He went flying. I was like, oh, snap.
And I only laugh because, like, you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. That's your fault. Like, that is your problem.
Should not have been up there.
Oh, man. Homeboy just got tossed. I didn't see the fight at Summer League. But saw the fight at Erykah Badu's concert.
Oh my gosh, I didn't see that.
Oh yeah, it didn't stop Erykah Badu from singing. Like, it was a brawl too. Yeah, it was this weekend. It was a brawl.
I was kind of off this weekend. I was kind of disconnected.
Leezy don't make me laugh often, but this is funny. He said he threw him like Jason Jack. From Uncle Phil style.
Yeah.
I need someone to dub that with the
They almost got but the way he went up against the barricade, it was like almost like Brock Lesnar throwing somebody into the barricade.
Yeah, but those ain't gimmick barricades like they are in WWE. And yeah, hey. Don't be in places you ain't supposed to be.
I'm not saying I wanted him to get hurt or anything. I'm not advocating that, but he got what he deserved. He shouldn't have been up there.
Brother, if you are the reason, if you are the person I have to use to send a message, so be it. Message sent. Don't approach Lil Baby at a concert. Do not approach that man at a
that
concert.
Boy out.
Did you watch the Warriors at all last night?
I didn't. I saw a lot of the Twitter.
Monte Hill. Life is good. Life is good if you're a Warriors fan. And I looked at, dude, I wish I could hit the dislike button on Monte's tweet. Like, he's not wrong though. like it's what we've talked about so regularly with this team and seeing. And by the way, I'm happy for James Wiseman to get out there and ball. Like, there have been so many questions, and nothing that happened yesterday, I don't think really truly is going to quiet the questions around James Wiseman. He's a top pick. They're going to want to see him play the way that he played and like the way that he played last night in the regular season for sure. But I was happy to see he was able to get out there. Like, I think he was cleared for 5-on-5 like 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
And for him to get out there and play Summer League the way that he did, that's good stuff, man. But
absolutely.
Yeah, definitely a realization. Oh yeah, this team's, yeah, they got that young talent there. Cool.
They ain't going nowhere.
Cool.
They ain't going nowhere.
They're literally going to be around for like another 7 years.
You know the thing that bothers me though, and I wanted this guy on the squad a number of different times. I think he was an undrafted free agent. He ended up going to the Lakers. I was like, oh, come on. And now the Warriors, I'm like, oh, come on. Is my man Max McClung. I like him. And I don't know why. I'm going to tell you right now, I don't have no problem. I would have been signed him if I was the Kings. I would have been at him on my squad. I don't know why they don't have him on there, but he's showing out in Summer League. Maybe he's like
I don't think you could have Mac McClung and Frankie Ferrari on the same team.
Yeah, so we wouldn't have Frankie Ferrari.
That's a damn shame. Texas Tech, huh? Okay.
Yeah, Max. Well, by way of Georgetown.
By way of Georgetown, that's right. Yeah, but his last
he was
school
like
Texas Tech.
High school. He was the kind of borderline YouTube phenom because he can jump out the gym. He would do these crazy dunks. He got a little Chet in him. You know.
Oh,
he got a little
okay.
Chet
I know what that means. Okay. Okay.
So he was like a little high school phenom, and he was supposed to go to Georgetown and change some things. Didn't work out. Went to Texas Tech, and then. But I say all that to say, he's getting in
22 last night. Yeah, 22 and 6 last night.
He's done it the last 2 summer leagues, but he doesn't stick.
So
with
what
anybody.
doesn't translate?
I have no idea. I don't know why he's not at least in somebody's system consistently. Maybe he's like Jimmer Fredette.
Yeah, he it looks like it looks like he was with the South Bay Lakers. I guess.
And he's probably a little bit of a tweener too. Like he's not very tall, so he has to be a point guard, and he's not a point guard. He's a shooting guard.
So and he's one of the guys who I benefited, I guess. He was one of the many kind of random guys who got 10-day contracts last year. It looks like he had one with the Lakers and the Chicago Bulls as well.
Yeah.
I wonder why he hasn't stuck anywhere. It's a nice stat line for him last night. I like Jonathan Kuminga. There was nothing surprising to me about Jonathan Kuminga's game last night. I feel like all he's missing is opportunity.
Yeah. And then Moses Moody and what he did. I don't know what he did last night, but I saw the highlights the night before. What do you have, like 32?
Yeah, Moses Moody didn't play last night. Yeah. Moses Moody didn't play last night.
That's all right.
The night before.
We starting to put something together for them boys. All right. We starting to put something together. I'm not saying what is going to happen. I'm just telling you, I like this King squad. I like this King squad. I think they have the potential to be explosive offensively. The shooters, the playmakers, the guys that can create their own shot from different spots on the floor. We don't see Golden State. We don't see Golden State. I ain't saying we win no championship. I'm saying we just gonna see him when we play him. We gonna see him.
Okay,
Fonte.
That's right. Say his name. Apologies to Butler's finest, Sean McDermott. We didn't even reference the game that he had for the Sacramento Kings last night. He had a nice little outing, more than a nice little outing. I don't want to diminish it like that. He had 18 points in 17 minutes. Like he had himself a night.
I need him in the organization. And what I mean by that is I'm not saying he needs to be with Sacramento, but if you can find a way to get him with Stockton and see what he's got and who he is, I need him in the organization.
Been with Memphis.
That's a guy that can shoot the rock, good size. He's a good scorer, and find out if you can develop him into somebody that possibly can get on the big squad at some point. We talk about shooting and all this other stuff. Like that man can shoot the rock. He can shoot the pill, and he is pure with the shot too. I like him. I need him in the organization.
4 years with Butler, and then spent some time in the Grizzlies system, both with the Grizzlies and the Memphis Hustle as well. So a good outing for him. And you hope, I think that's one of the great things about Summer League is, you watch it and you can feel however you want to about guys like Keegan and Paolo and Chet and Jabari and all of those guys, but it's the Matt Coleman's from, you know what I mean, or the Sean McDermott's that you go 2 years. Hopefully that guy has found that player has found some legs in the league somewhere, and you go, I remember the Summer League. Transition to the G League, Garrett Temple, G League guy, transition to the G League, and then ascending to the roster. Like you hope that for a lot of these guys at the beginning. For some of them, it's not. Like this is their NBA career is being on a Summer League squad until they're like 26, and then I don't know who the oldest player in Summer League is. Can't imagine it's older than 26 though. I think McDermott's 25. He was a 4-year player, 2 year. Yeah, he's 25. I can't imagine there are too many much older than he is in the system.
Gary Payton, the second played last year. Isn't he 29?
Man, is he really 29?
I thought that's what I heard.
He's been around 6, years. Is that right?
Yeah, I think so.
We'll get his official age now.
Yeah, I think he's 20.
So go ahead. Okay, how about this? There aren't many. Yeah, he's 29 now. He go back to last year, 28. Yeah.
By the way,
boy, he's been around.
By the way,
round and round.
I love Sacramento.
It's 2. I believe we have 2 more required references.
I got to get to 5.
Kenny after starting the show. 3 more. Excuse me, my bad. 3 more. I love Sacramento references after proclaiming his love for Los Angeles. After
it won't be hard either because I love Sacramento. That's 3. I do.
Okay. I don't know. These don't roll off the tongue the same way that they don't roll off the same way. I love LA. I love it. I mean, the video of OK Lake Show lives out there on social media somewhere. Like you had a smile like Monty McNair talking about Keegan Murray on your face when you said it. OK Lake Show.
Oh, so look, remember when we went off the deep end and we were talking about 50 Cent and all this other stuff, and I forgot what we were talking about. Okay. That's what we were talking about. We were talking about how we were comparing Monty to when Luke got the reassurance and came in.
Oh, right.
And I was going to ask you because I didn't see
the hell did we get to 50 Cent?
I don't know.
How did we get there?
We got to Zeke somehow, and then we got to 50 somehow. Did Monty come into that press conference all upbeat, like,
yeah,
I see what I'm doing out here?
No, he was smiling. He was happy. The audio was trash. We laughed at it most of the time. There was echoes. Malik Monk couldn't hear anything. Kevin Huerter really wanted absolutely nothing to do with that press conference. Kayvon, yeah, he was not amused by anything. But Monty was sitting there looking around, just smiling, and it's Malik Monk, Kevin Huerter. We're not done. We're always trying to be better. Yeah, no, he's happy. He knows. I think he knows yesterday's price, not today's price. He knows he's done a good job, and he has done a very good job of building this team. And I can't remember if I think it was Matt. I think Matt George asked about the competition between the two in the starting 2 spot. And they didn't know who the question was to, so they just looked at each other. And it created this very awkward moment where it felt like neither one of them wanted to answer. And then Kayvon answered.
Shout out to my boy Kayvon. Atlanta's wild for that boy. People in Atlanta wild for that. Call that man Kayvon.
Like, is it like Steve and Stefan?
Yeah, well,
Steve Urkel and Stefan Urkel.
Well, I think he knew everything about it. Herder knew everything about it. He said, "Yeah, that was my Atlanta nickname. Atlanta had to give me a name."
Yeah, I mean, that's true. Yeah, Atlanta knows what time it is. Believe me. Kayvon didn't earn that nickname in the gym. That's not a nickname you earn in the gym. That's a nickname you earn on a team outing.
Oh man, Atlanta! Well, people in Atlanta, they crazy for that one. Call that man Kayvon.
I like Kayvon better. What was the other one? Red Velvet. I like Kayvon better than Red Velvet.
I'm calling the man Kayvon.
Yeah, 100%.
Simple as that. He talking about he might get a new nickname. Nope, it's Kayvon.
Kayvon works, man.
That's my boy.
That's a good one.
Why did they do that press conference there?
I think it's because the timing of like the signings, they probably I think they did fly to Sacramento. I don't know. I assume it's because that's where the media was. They thought it would be the easiest thing to do. You could get national reporters there. You could get the Sam Amick's there. You could get all of them there in person while also getting a pretty good chunk of your local staff, and then the local staff that wasn't there. James jumped off the show to make sure he could cover the press conference. Like, you could get them through Zoom, and I think they believe that was probably the most efficient way. And I don't disagree. It didn't I don't think it worked the way that they wanted. I don't think the Fisher-Price microphones that they were using or exactly what they had in mind. Yeah, there's a reason we're not running clips from it. Like, we aired it once live, and it was like, all right, we never need to air that again. But yeah, I think that's why it was in Vegas. They had to do it there. They knew a good chunk of their media was there, and they could get some. It's probably relatively easy for them to put together.
Yeah, they should have done it in SAC.
So would you would have rather they just waited?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. They could have waited. And I mean,
it's not like they said anything. So
they could have done it tomorrow in Sacramento. Most of the media is going to be gone. Anyway, we already talked about this. Like, everybody's leaving.
I doubt Monty's gone. Like, Monty's probably there.
Yeah, and Monty, well, okay.
Well, maybe he's not. I don't know.
Even if Monty is not leaving, he's not scouring his Southwest app to find flights that work. Get on that PJ, that gas, fly the 45 minutes or whatever would be in the PJ back to Sacramento, do the press conference, be back in Las Vegas within 3 hours. It's like going to the store to get some milk. Okay, like
it's slightly more expensive. I'm gonna guess it's slightly more.
Have you seen the price of milk right now? The price of everything.
Yeah, the price. That's it. The price of everything. Although the gas for the jet and the gas to get to the store might be about the same at this point.
It really is. You wouldn't know.
It might be about the same.
You wouldn't know. That's not even your lane. Stop.
You act like I don't know what gas costs. Like,
when last time you went and looked at the sign?
I have a Toyota Prius. I saw the sign at the gas station this morning. I have a Toyota Prius in my driveway that very much takes gas. It used to cost $20 to fill that car up. Last time I filled it up, I think it was like $77.
Oh my
and
God.
I know some of y'all like fill up trucks and all of that. Like, I get that.
Crazy.
This is a freaking Prius. It cost $20 once upon a time to fill this car up. Damn near $100 to fill
I remember it cost $20 to fill up anything. When I first got my license, it was like $1.39 a gallon.
I think right before I got my license is when it was like 99 cents, and then it was never below $1 again. And now I'm praying for the days it was $3.
Please.
We'll come back. We've got plenty more to talk about, plenty more in the NBA to talk about, including the Utah Jazz just flat out lying to everybody. And we'll talk more about Keegan Murray as well. James Ham coming up. Plenty more here on Dealing with Casey on ESPN 1320.
Look who's tapping in from across the globe.
Working.
Wow.
That's what we call it.
Wow.
Working.
One of these days, man, I'm gonna be.
You see her patio. Her patio look like yours. She got a fireplace on the patio with the big screen TV. It's gonna be watching Kings games.
No, she's way next level. Way next. I'm just kind of basic. She's it's next level.
I ain't even got. I mean, you talk about basic. I ain't even got a TV outside.
No, that'll happen soon. I mean, you got all the furniture and everything. Be honest with you, I'm not sure why you got new furniture. It was very nice. What was already out there, but to each his own. Some people like Damien, when things are 9 months old, they like to just get it out and be like, "Here, I don't need this no more. Get new stuff." I'm not like that, but hey.
For the record, I did not purchase that. I walked outside to walk Sprout, and there's 7 boxes out there. Like, oh, I guess this was the delivery that was coming. I'll spend the next 4 hours trying to. Well, that's true. We don't have seats. I mean,
come on, man.
Shit, all I got is dead grass in my backyard.
That's so 2 years ago, Miss P. That's old news now.
Little Staples.
Ain't no more Staples. First of all, Staples doesn't exist anymore. Second of all, it'll never
crypto. Be little crypto.
It'll never be little crypto. It is always a little G1C. Always.
C walking across center court. I'm about to come over and steal your turf and try to put it in my busted ass backyard.
Hey, so
damn sprinklers I got water the concrete more than the grass.
Shout out to my main man, Jose, who came down and saved me, because I was supposed to put these trees in our backyard, these privacy trees.
Mm-hmm.
I was supposed to do that 3 months ago, and it hadn't happened yet. And I broke down, and I was like, bro, I need you to come help me, man. Can you make this happen for me? He was up here. He was at the house at like 9 a.m. He said, I'm getting this done before it get too hot.
Oh yeah.
So
are those going on? Are those going by the seats?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it really be open out there.
Yeah, I mean,
because it's like nobody got a tree out there. Like it just be open.
They didn't all. Well, when we moved in, there was a big old tree, and we knocked it down. So that's super open now. But I was about to say something. Oh, check out what happened to me the other week. Somebody, and I didn't know what I should do, but somebody mistakenly brought their DoorDash to my house. That never happened to me before. They're like, I did.
I don't even know what you do in that situation.
That's the way I looked at it. And there wasn't even a situation where they because I guess the DoorDash people aren't even just being personable in certain situations. They got things to do. They just dropped it off, rang the doorbell, ran off.
Yeah.
And I was like, I didn't order this. And then I was like, it was some KFC. I was like, I ain't order this.
I wonder. That's interesting. I don't know what I guess there's nothing you really can do.
I took it. Free chicken tender surprise in a Mountain Dew.
Yeah.
No, don't do that to Mountain Dew. Mountain Dew's good.
No, it's not. Come on, bro. What are you doing? It is not.
It's good.
That stuff will literally boil your insides.
It's good. I'm still here. I'm still standing. I'm still strong.
Goodness gracious. Jesse 24. Ain't no food gonna kill him yet.
Yeah, he's still good. I got to start watching what I eat.
It's one of your more disturbing revelations.
What, that I like Mountain Dew?
Yeah. That is bad, dude. That is bad. This stuff is horrible for you.
Why is Mountain Dew any different than any other soda?
There's some extra ingredient in Mountain Dew that makes it extra bad. Someone will tell us in the chat what it is. What's naturally that color?
What's naturally any color? It's these sodas. I don't know what's natural in it. I don't know. Acid.
Miss P says it's yellow 3. It's something, or yellow 5, or maybe it's yellow 8. Is yellow something? But apparently it just shreds the inside of your body when it's acid. You're drinking acid.
Skip Bayless
with
still
sugar.
Here. He drinks that every morning. Now
I have a lot of responses to that, but
now Mountain Dew is down the list of sodas that I'd get. You know what I mean? It's down the list, probably 3rd or 4th, maybe even 5th. But no problem with it. It's a little Mountain Dew
food coloring. That's funny.
And we just drink it.
It's unsafe for kids.
Oh, well, good thing I'm not a kid.
May have an adverse effect on activity and attention in children.
They used to say, you know what they used to say about Mountain Dew? Maybe they still do.
No. What did they used to say?
Let's see.
Do you have to give me a PG version of it?
Yeah, if you're trying to have kids, you probably shouldn't have Mountain Dew.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's easy. I mean, look, human leukemia cells were exposed to different food color. Can you? I don't ask you to lay off of many of it. Can we just lay off the next time? The next time DoorDash accidentally delivers a Mountain Dew kit to your house, can you just leave it? Can you just be I'll eat the chicken.
I'll drink that one. One's not going to kill me. I'm not going to go get a case of Mountain
Famous
Dew.
last words. No, but if a case of Mountain Dew ends up in your house, what's going to happen?
Oh, man. Well, damn. Let's hope that doesn't happen.
Our man Rich in Baton Rouge says, I use Mountain Dew to take the oil stains off my driveway. In any event, it's CeeLo and KC, brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the do.
What if they sponsor us? What if they call Rich? They're like, hey.
That's one of those. That's one of those ones where you just have to go to the boss and turn down money and be like, no, Stacey Mountain Dew cannot sponsor our show.
But yeah,
everybody's got a price for the $1 Million Man. So
if they keep sending door dashes to my house. I don't even like KFC like that, but that was pretty good. The little chicken tenders were good.
Like Kenny said during the commercial break that they accidentally delivered DoorDash to his house, and what do you do in that case? Like, I don't even know. I guess you just eat it or or whatever. You have to take it to them. Well, I would do that, yeah, no doubt. But
that's the one thing that happened there. I did go next to my neighbors. Shout out, to Ender and Taryn and Krita. I went over there and I knocked on the door. I said, maybe they sent this to you guys. Well, nobody was home, so I did my due diligence there.
But because is there an address on those tickets?
I didn't see one. No.
Oh, yeah, it's for you.
So, and it was.
It was yellow 5 and all. I mean, I would start to question if I would start to question things if Mountain Dew just starts showing up at my door. You might want to think twice about who's sending that.
So look, real talk, the paranoid person in me, I was like, is this a setup?
That's what I would have done.
Eat this food? Is it poisoned? Yeah, I was kind of I was very kind of cautious.
Sacktown Sports. Why would they send this to me? Why would they send Mountain Dew to me? Because they know Kenny gonna drink it. They're gonna be a case of Mountain Dew. They're gonna be a case of Mountain Dew at Kenny's doorstep by the time the show is over.
I mean, nobody's sending me Mountain Dew.
Nope.
No. You're not gonna take any of the food that somebody sends.
No. I mean, I appreciate it, but no. One, the way I eat, and two, man, not everybody likes me.
No!
I ain't gonna find out who likes me and who doesn't. Ain't gonna be me.
You out like that? Like what kind of enemies you got?
Ain't gonna be me. I don't want to find. I don't want to find out. I don't want to. And by the way, our new setup at that building it's a little bit different. Like, I guess the era of the receptionist is dead. Like, there's no receptionist. Like, you have to buzz in, like, outside the doors, and then there'll be this like screen that asks, "Who are you here to see?" And then it alerts your phone, like, "Hey, this person is outside to see you."
So it's like
I can do just like I do my doorbell and not answer. Be like, who's this at the door? I ain't going to the door. I don't know that person.
Nobody's here.
Yeah. I ain't do that. And now with Smoothie going, because Smoothie would go to the door and bark. Sprout doesn't bark. She just looks to see what I do. And if I don't do nothing, she don't do nothing. She don't do nothing at all.
No.
You are listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 98.5 FM Sacramento and Odyssey Station, and driven by last year's Elk Grove Dodge. James Ham coming up 1 hour from now. You mentioned football a minute ago. Football is getting close when you start to see stories like this, and these were in a succession of 3 days. Lamar Jackson looks shredded working out today. Dak Prescott says he's in the greatest shape of it. Slim down Ezekiel Elliott. And it's like, oh, here we go. Because football players, I guess they don't do the 15 pounds of muscle gimmick. Like, we're in the best shape of our life. So, like, football's around the corner. You're starting to get those stories. You're starting to get those stories that show you football's right around the corner.
It's that time of year. Then they just finished Edgewood. What's it called? The American something. They just finished that, huh? This past weekend.
The You talking about golf?
Yeah, the golf tournament.
Well, was it called American Century Classic?
Yeah. So
Tony Romo won that again.
I heard. Good for Tony Romo. Yeah. So now
Tony
it's
Romo
time.
just can't get over that hump. Like he's like right there of being a pro golfer, and he just can't quite get over the hump.
Didn't Steph have some good moments this
Steph is really good. Yeah, Steph's really good.
Yeah. So,
Steph is a highlight on the golf course too, apparently.
So, I thought this was pretty funny. So Steph had a good little golf shot, and then they brought out a basketball hoop, and it was like on the green. I don't know if you saw that. And he shot it like a 3, or maybe it was like even deeper than a 3, and made it. And then he walked and did the little sleeping thing or whatever. Somebody said, "Can you imagine Michael Jordan shrugging his shoulders every time he walked?" Like, cut it out.
That's funny.
Like, cut it out, Steph. We don't have to do this all the time.
Oh, I just remember that one that airs in all of the videos where it doesn't even hit the green. It just goes straight into the cup. That was a jump shot. And then keeps it moving. It's probably Michael's greatest golf shot caught on camera in history, because it's the one we always see over and over. Is Mike still golf? Was he there this weekend? He used to do the American Century.
Yeah, I don't think he was there this weekend. Mike is a funny dude.
Yeah, he's
as far as like not being unapologetic for anything. Get out of my way.
I love that line. Can you imagine Michael Jordan just shrugging every time he did something?
It's like, settle down, Steph. We don't have to do.
Well, his most iconic thing was sticking like Mike's not swinging the golf club with his tongue out. I ain't mad at Steph. Let's Steph.
World champion.
Let's Steph cook.
Stephen Curry right now.
Let Steph live.
You know,
the
who
trashing
golf a lot, and they said that. And I'm surprised. I don't think he was out there just so you could tell me. No, Canelo's a big golfer, and people. I think one of the criticisms like he's too busy golfing as opposed to getting better. He wasn't out there, was he, Jesse? I think he was out there last year because him and Steph had a moment together. I think it was last year.
Would he be like the lowest ranked celebrity at a golf?
Absolutely not. Don't be disrespectful to Saul Canelo Alvarez.
Okay. Would he be the least recognized one?
No, you would know Canelo. Yeah, you know Canelo. Canelo has a look. I mean, because he's got the red hair. He's got you know Canelo.
Okay.
There will be a
I'm not asking you what I would know. You think people would know, oh, that's Canelo right there? Or they'd know, yo, who's the dude with the red hair?
I think they know Canelo. He's crossed over.
Okay.
Now, would they know Ryan Garcia? Probably not.
Who's the biggest crossover boxer right now?
Floyd.
Jesus. God bless it. That's tough, man.
In all seriousness, tough. It is Canelo or Tank.
Tank, really? Okay.
Yeah.
I know Tank, but that's because he was the first boxer you were like, you've got to watch this dude.
Yeah, I think it's Canelo or Tank. Ryan Garcia has like 8 million Instagram followers, so he's got a certain level of like, I don't think any adults would know who Ryan Garcia is. It's some teenagers or people from 18 to 21 might know who Ryan Garcia is. But that's really about it. Yeah.
Okay.
Anthony Joshua is actually pretty big too. I think Anthony Joshua would a lot of people know who he is.
Okay. Well, a couple of those heavyweights, like Tyson Fury's probably the same way. I know you don't like him, but I feel like people would know who he is. I think part of that is because he has a unique look.
Yeah, he's always got those stupid suits on.
He does.
With no shirt on.
And it's not charming.
No.
The trashing of Baker Mayfield.
Real quick, Stephen Brown might not be wrong. It's probably Logan.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, that's on point. That's a great point, Stephen. That's actually, but one of them is a wrestler now.
Logan.
I can't remember which one it is. Who teamed with him? Is it was Logan?
Yeah, Logan.
He did a hell of a job, man. Oh my gosh. There are wrestling fans who hated him.
Yeah.
I think part of the reason they hated him is because he was like, oh, he just walked in here and did it.
He was
walked in here and did it.
Did it
money.
as good as anybody I've seen. Like, he was phenomenal. What did he do? Like, didn't he do like a front flip off the top rope or something?
Oh, he did. He
did a
lot.
He did a suplex from the top rope.
Yeah, and he did, and I just thought it was just such brilliant heat.
He did a frog splash. That's what he did. He did Eddie's.
Well, he did Eddie's stuff.
Yeah.
He did the Three Amigos joint, the suplex after suplex after suplex. And I absolutely think that the crowd wanted to murder him when he did that. Like, did you get a chance to see Tyrese's conversation with Sean Cunningham?
I didn't. I've heard what some of the things that were said. I didn't hear it for myself yet.
Fox 40 Sports, our man Sean Cunningham with Tyrese Haliburton in Summer League.
Blame me?
Huh? For what?
You got traded right after we sat down with
No, it ain't your fault. It ain't your fault.
I get so much grief for that interview.
Yeah.
And then what happened?
That was a crazy day. Crazy day to say the least.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm good.
What do you make of just your opportunity after jumping from Sacramento to Indiana?
Oh, it's endless. It's endless. They love me in Indy, so, it's really exciting. We got a lot of youth, and we're just, young and growing.
Does it still feel weird?
No, it's normal now.
When you go up against the Kings and your two teams, you see them over there, you kind of look down there and just you want a little bit more?
It's just good to see everybody, Obviously, there's always that little added, but it's always good to see everybody, so I can't complain.
Stepping into your third season, final question. Stepping into your third season, what kind of things do you see for your team and for yourself?
I think we're going to be exciting. We're going to be a lot of fun, move the ball. Just a lot of young guys growing. It's not going to always be pretty, but we're going to figure it out. And for myself, it's the best you'll ever see me. So we're working really hard. I'm really looking forward to this.
And Sacramento loved you, man. You knew that. You had that connection.
Yeah.
Is it still there?
Oh, for sure. With the fans forever. Like, that's not a question. I hope people never, ever think that my feelings towards the organization and the fans completely different. So it is what it is.
You're all blinged out now.
You see me?
Yeah.
You see me.
It's Tyrese Haliburton there. His voice stayed in the same pitch the entire time in that conversation. There was a very weird moment when he was at the table with Mark Jones. Remember that clip we used to play where Tyrese's voice shifted from being like really deep to like almost prepubescent? The exact same thing happened, but it happened like with the camera on him. His voice just changed in mid conversation with Mark Jones, but there his voice maintained its pitch there.
Bizarre that happens.
Anything stand out in that conversation with Tyrese right there?
Everything
very
was
short.
Everything was fine, and I'm not even gonna say except or until I don't understand all the way I feel about the organization. I don't understand that. Part of me was like, because what did the organization do to you? Well, maybe there's things that we don't know, and I'll say that for sure. But if it's just the fact that they traded you, I mean, just kill it, Cam. People get traded every day. B, you tough. You be all right.
But that's his first time being traded with an organization that he thought he was.
But we always talk about this, and look, maybe it's a situation where if you get in it, it's completely different. I can understand that. But has he not paid attention to the NBA for his entire life? People get traded all the time. Why do you think you would be any different?
I understand. I'm just saying I don't have an issue with him having a little chip on his shoulder over it. I don't have an issue with him thinking, oh, okay, I'll show you.
Yeah, that's fine.
I don't have any problem with that.
That's fine. But that's not how I took how I feel about the fans and how I feel about the organization are totally different. What do you? I don't get it. I don't get why you're. To me, there's a difference between wanting to prove something to the organization and wanting to like just go to work on them every time you play them, and my feelings towards the organization. There's a difference between the two, in my opinion.
Okay.
Like I could want to show you every time we play who I am without like having ill feelings towards the organization.
Can you?
Yeah. I don't know. Like, I don't have no issue with you. I'm gonna bust your ass every time.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't know problem with the organization. So I get it. I get that aspect, wanting to go to work on these boys every time you see them. I don't know. There's something about that line. I was like, what? We still you have a problem with the organization? I don't know.
There was a line earlier in it like that stood out to me as much as that one, but it kind of was along the same vein of clearly he's just not feeling this. Like he's agitated the way this whole thing went down with Sacramento, and he'll smile and he'll play it cool or whatever, and I'm sure he's 100% focused on Indiana and everything that he has coming up with the Pacers, and talked about the growing pains that he'll have and all of that stuff right there. But he said something in the middle of it was like, oh, he's still this irks him. This whole
With
what Kevin
Jones
Herter with Sean in that clip right there. I can run it back. But yeah, he still sounds like he oh, is it Norman now? Is it over? Oh yeah, sure. No, he's I think he's still annoyed by.
You got traded right after we sat down.
No, that ain't your fault.
So that was funny. For
I get
those
so
who
much grief.
don't know what he's referencing, he did a big sit-down interview. I think it was with Tyrese and Davion, if I remember correctly. It was like this.
Yeah,
he had, and then all of a sudden, Tyrese was gone before the entire interview.
That interview,
Yeah.
and then what happened?
That was a crazy day to say the least.
How are you?
I'm good.
What do you make of just your opportunity after jumping from Sacramento to Indiana?
Oh, it's endless. They love me in Indy, so
That's
you know,
the
it's
line. That was the line that stood out to me. They love me in Indy. Y'all didn't love me in Sacramento, but they love me in Indy.
And here's what I would say and what I've continued to say about that. Tyrese, I think if they could find a way to get Domantas Sabonis and keep you and keep De'Aaron Fox, they absolutely would have. You know what I mean? They absolutely would have. But that's not reality. That's not how it worked. They had to get better, and they had to give up something to get better. And unfortunately, it was Tyrese Haliburton.
I don't have a problem with anything Tyrese said there, any feelings Tyrese may have towards the organization. The only time he ever said anything that like kind of agitated me was on, I think it was JJ's podcast. He was on JJ's podcast after the trade, and he made the remark about, well, I actually wanted to be there. How many people actually want to be in Sacramento? And he tried to clarify. He not clarify it, but he tried to define it as he's talking about basketball. He's not talking about the city or the people. He's talking about the Sacramento Kings. And that was the only thing that agitated me, because it was like, just because you wanted to be here doesn't mean that you can't be traded. Right. But he framed it as like, I'm the only one who wants to be there. And it was like,
right. I remember that.
Come on, man. Come on, Tyrese. Like everything. I'm literally fine with everything. Even if you hate the organization, I'm fine with that. For some reason, that line agitated me a little bit.
Hey, and I'm gonna just tell you like this. Tyrese, I make no bones about it. Throughout his NBA career, I hope he does great. I think he is going to be a really good ball player. He's going to do good in Indiana. Now, being a Kings fan myself, I hide nothing. I'm a Kings fan. When it comes to Tyrese playing against the Sacramento Kings, like if he keeps talking like that, when it comes to him playing against the Sacramento Kings, it's not going to be I feel so good for Tyrese. Or, the one that used to really get me is like, I hope Tyrese comes here and drops a 35-point triple-double on the Kings. No, it ain't going to be that. Maybe I'll lock him up.
Mm-hmm.
Lock him up. De'Aaron, go to work on that boy. Go to work on him. All right? That's what it's going to be. And that's just me. Like you. It's just me.
I feel like
we're going to compete. I'm not going to just sit back and let it happen.
I feel like the Tyrese stuff is going to go away. It's going to take a little bit of time of Sabonis and Fox being together. Like you kind of got it out the gate, but it disappeared pretty quickly. And look at Keegan. Like if Keegan Murray hadn't played well, and Jaden Ivey that would have turned into something. Like if Keegan and Jaden Ivey both play well, and I think you've said this before, and the Kings win, it doesn't matter. If the Kings win and Keegan is averaging 11 and 7, 14 and 7, and Jaden Ivey's averaging 25 and 5 and Detroit's losing, no one's going to care. You have to win. A lot of people, like, I think the Keegan for now, the Keegan Jaden Ivey stuff, it died down because of how good Keegan Murray is. And you could recognize, you can still, like, I really like Jaden Ivey still. I'm very excited to watch him. Very happy the Kings got Keegan Murray, and they've built out the team the way that they did. Like, it works. I think that noise will quiet down around Tyrese specifically if Sabonis and Fox play well and the Kings win some games.
I agree. And I also think that it's already kind of died down. I don't think anybody, it's like, so Young Kobe in the chat or whatever, turning on Tyrese now. Look at this great fan base. I don't think anybody's turning on Tyrese. I think
by the way, you can't turn on someone who turned on you first, Young Kobe. So calm down.
There's that too.
Go ahead. Go back and listen to the JJ interview again.
That's my whole point. I think everybody was cool with Tyrese, and like on that whole tip of, oh man, Tyrese, we're so happy for him. Whatever he did, like everybody was cool. We miss him, and I know is a difference between he made the clear difference between the fans and the organization. But at some point, hey, we wanted the same. We ain't gonna just let you just talk bad about the team. That's why we're the fans of the team. Well, so every opportunity he seems to get, he throw in a little something. And it's like,
the one thing,
more times we're gonna let that happen.
Like I know you don't like this, but I got my eye on Indiana, and if that latest rumor is true, I don't know how long Indiana's going to be rebuilding. We'll get into that rumor. It's a good one. If there's any realism to it, we'll talk about that. Some of the other NBA rumors that teams are frantically trying to deny. We'll touch on that. We've got James Ham coming up in 45 minutes. Plenty more ahead here as D'Lo and Casey continue on ESPN 1320.
No, Sean. But you can go.
Oh, okay. Be right back.
No, Young Kobe, nobody's asking him to feel giddy, but he doesn't miss an opportunity to take a little shot. That's it. Move on. Like Jesse said, what we're saying is move on. Tyrese don't miss an opportunity to take a shot. It's like, okay, all right, we get it, but all right, man, we're just gonna keep taking shots. Gwitty Cube, who's the ops? Oh, Tyrese is the ops. That's facts. That's facts. Hey, the bottom line is that's what he's turned into. Hey, it's all good. You know what I mean? We wish you the best, but you know, you're the ops now. Like they said, you're the ops. You know what you do about it. That's what I always don't get. Like, and it's for a great ball player. It's a great ball player. You didn't get traded for no scrub. Yeah. Now look, I'll put it to you like this, and I'll ask Damian when he comes back what he thinks about this. I would be more upset if Tyrese got traded like Kevin Huerter got traded. It's like, yo, you traded me for some future pick and a couple of guys on expiring deals. I just started for you. You saw what I did in Game 7. That's what you think of me? I'm worth that much. Basically, there was money that needed to be shelled out, and you decided, we'll get rid of Kevin. I'd be more upset if that's how Tyrese got traded, but he got traded for a 2-time All-Star. No shame in that. No, he's not, young Cole. No, he's not. You tell you so, young Cole. I want you to get on here and say right now that Tyrese Haliburton is going to make the All-Star team next year. He might. I don't think he will, but that's what you're telling me, because Sabonis is a 2-time All-Star, so he's going to get that first All-Star nod next season. What'd you say, Jesse? Right. Will he do that? I don't know. I think when he got to Indiana, he averaged like 17 and 8 or something like that. He put up good numbers, so maybe there's another level he can get to. But number one, his team gonna stink. So for him to be an All-Star next season, he's gonna have to have like the season of his life. Oh, I mean, that's up for debate as well, but that's also not what I asked you. I said, is he going to make an All-Star? Because Sabonis already an All-Star. That's one thing you can't take away from him. He done made an All-Star team. He got that on his resume forever. He got the jacket with the stars on it. You know, he got that. So is Tyrese going to be an All-Star next season is all I ask. That's a yes or no question. Damien, I'll ask you, there's a little bit more on this Tyrese thing. I'll ask you something when we come back.
Okay.
And I'll continue to say it. Tyrese Haliburton, I like Tyrese, the young man and the ball player. I wish him the best.
Not only do I like Tyrese, but I kind of sneaky like Indiana.
Oh, they stink.
There's some. I don't think. All right, I think we both have points to make from that commercial. I'm going to let you go first. Shame Sam's coming up in 45 minutes. You want to be a part of the show, you can. You should. 916-349-1320. You go first because the Tyrese Haliburton conversation didn't start or didn't stop during the break.
Well, here's one part of this real quick, and I'll get into that because another timeline shift in the chat says, yo, D-Lo, trade Kenny to Indiana. Let's see his reaction. That's not the same thing because, well, like you said, it's not happening. But also, that's not what happens in the radio business. Like, people don't get traded. Like, if that was part of what was going on for decades in the entertainment radio business, where, hey, you just got traded to Indiana for their morning show host. Me getting into the game, I know, okay, this is a possibility. I might not like it, but I'm not the first. I won't be the last. Like, it happens. So that don't happen in the entertainment industry. So that's a terrible comparison.
Teams be giving up all their first-round draft picks to get D-Lo and KC.
Yeah, man. We asked for the KD, the Kevin Durant trade deal.
Yeah, we want that.
Yeah. So there's that. The other thing that I asked, because we talked about, like, during the break, we were talking about Tyrese feeling, hurt or disrespected. And we keep bringing it up. It's like, bro, he got traded for a 2-time All-Star. Like, that's not anything to be ashamed about. That actually increases your value and what people think of you. And I said to Jesse, I said, I would understand this a little bit more if he got traded like in the Kevin Huerter deal. Like, if I'm Kevin Huerter and I really liked Atlanta, I'd probably feel some type of way. Like, really? Traded me for some future picks?
Yeah.
You guys that like some kind of throw-in?
Yeah.
You forgetting about what I did in game 7?
Kevin Huerter was traded for expiring contracts.
Right.
Let's call it what it is.
You forgetting what I did in game 7? You forget I was just your starting 2 guard. You just, like, if that's what the Kings did to Tyrese, I would understand it a little bit more. But they didn't. So I have I get it, but I'm also at the same place where I'm like, all right, man, like, all right, it's whatever. Like the little shots that I don't know why they keep coming.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe he just holds on to stuff. I don't think it's that big of a deal. I like Tyrese, and my side of this is I think I'm sneaky starting to kind of like what Indiana's putting together. Obviously, I really like Tyrese. I like Ben Mathurin, and if there's validity to this DeAndre Ayton rumor, I don't know how many point guards, unfortunately, besides Chris Paul, who could potentially be a better fit for DeAndre Ayton than Tyrese Haliburton. I mean, the ability to find, we saw it with Tyrese and Rashawn, the ability to find a player at the rim. And I think that's phenomenal for Ayton. Again, I don't know the validity of all of this or how it actually works out, but like Indiana and DeAndre Ayton have been tied together for well over a week now, and I feel like there were some things written this morning. Oh, it could be a good little fit for them. I see it. I'm not saying they're there. I'm not saying Indiana's there. But I see it. I see what they're doing.
I like obviously getting Ayton would be an upgrade to their roster. Because I've heard the rumors too, but I haven't seen like what people are floating out. Like what would they be looking to give up in return hypothetically?
Well, so I don't know that. What I know is I assume they go offer sheet first,
mm-hmm.
and then again an assumption Phoenix matches, and then a sign and trade comes from there. I haven't seen. I think this popped up in the New York Post. I still have the Hoops Hype spot up here, and I can see where this came from. If there were players involved in it, or at least in the proposal. Windhurst was the original source for that. So my apologies to the great Brian Windhurst. I don't know who the players involved are. I actually saw it in writing. I'll have to go back and listen to this.
That would make them a better team. I don't think that pushes them over.
No, I don't think so either.
Or into the playoffs. Like I don't think they make the playoffs next season.
But I see it. Like we talk about we talk about a pathway, right? We talk about what's the vision of this team with Indiana. Like I see it. Like okay, I see what y'all doing. You building out some pretty solid young players. You need someone to pull it together. Like you probably Buddy Hield, the flamethrower. Maybe I can't envision anything coming from Los Angeles to help this. But if there's someone that you could pull in to help kind of like tie this together, like I see what you're doing. I don't hate it.
They have somebody in Tyrese Haliburton at that point guard spot where if you can put other top end players around him, he's going to find them and he's going to make sure that they play well and they shine. Yeah. So having him in that spot already, and then picking up DeAndre Ayton or getting a Mathurin and maybe one or two more pieces. I mean, that's a great start for what they're trying to do. It's a great start. You got Rick Carlisle. He's obviously one of the great coaches in the game to kind of teach them and work those young guys through everything. They're going to play hard. So, Indiana. Nice little start if that happens.
Brian Windhurst says could see something as soon as today. Regarding the Pacers and Ayton. 916-349-1320. Let's get to our man Herbert here. Herbert, what's happening?
What's up, D-Lo?
What's good, baby?
Herbert, what's going on, big dog?
Hey, what's up, man? Long time. It's been a little minute since I called. Heard y'all talking greasy on them R&B records, man. Before the draft. But I like what Monty did, man. And I think we're starting to see how his mind works as far as putting teams together and the kind of players he likes. Looks like he's getting guys that could play multiple positions to where you can have positionless basketball to where that'll give Mike Brown multiple options to play with lineups and things like that. And so I think it's going to be a big season for the Kings, man. And Golden One, man, I'm ready to rock out, boy.
Let's go. Let's get
Yes,
it.
sir.
I love it.
hear you,
Appreciate you,
man.
Herbert. Good stuff,
I hear
baby.
you for sure, man. And I talked about it last week. I'll talk about it again. I love what Monty McNair has done this offseason.
Mm-hmm.
He's done a great job. And I was very critical on draft day of not getting more assets or anything. He's flipped that around. He's gotten a number of different guys that could help this team immediately with Herter and Monk. Not to mention Keegan looks phenomenal, and he may not be done yet. So everybody put your Redfin passwords away. Monty McNair's done a great job.
My Redfin passwords away.
Put them away.
James Ham coming up at the top of the hour. Did you? I don't remember. I think it was 50's pick. It was retweeted by or not retweeted, but it was posted by a Kings fan. I didn't think it was off IG, but did you see who else was in Vegas?
I did.
He didn't get the attention that the crew courtside got with. Actually, there's a couple of players who were around the Kings in Vegas that we should probably talk about. I was going to wait until James got here. There's Davion and Domantas Sabonis and Freeport in the building, and
it's like the leader of the pack right now. Like he's the leader.
Did you catch Trista's story?
I did see that clip.
Trista, like Davion Mitchell is a summer league legend after Trista Crick's story. But then there's Freeport, and then I'm sorry, is Kevin Herter? Is that Matthew Dellavedova?
Delly?
It, in fact, was the Steph Curry stopper for a brief moment in time. Matthew Dellavedova. We'll talk about Delly with James Ham and what the deal is with that coming up at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. But Harrison Barnes in Las Vegas.
Yeah, man. HB in the building. And, I mean, as of right now, he's on the Sacramento Kings.
Hey, like Pac said on that E40 track, pump your brakes, player, slow your roll, don't go too fast.
He's on the Sacramento Kings. He's hanging with the fellas or whatever the case may be. I can't lie. It sure feels like he's going to be traded. Just the vibes that I get. And I keep hearing everybody. Monty, Mark Stein, Domantas Sabonis. We're not done yet.
Mm-hmm. I do need to say this because it's going to bother me. It's going to bother me if I don't. That line was actually from Spice One on the E40 song with Pac. And if I didn't clear that up, he would have eaten it, dusted and disgusted.
Okay.
Yeah, it would have bothered me if I not said that out loud. It would have literally ate at me all day. So I had to get that.
Yeah, we got that out the way.
Thank you.
Because I didn't know. So I wasn't going to be the one to correct you.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I needed to correct it, and I needed the proper attribution. If we're going to have a critically acclaimed hip hop podcast coming up on August 11th, wherever you get podcasts from, we're going to revisit the name of it. By the way, I don't know if you've looked at the sheet lately. We can't do that name. I hate it. I'm gonna be honest.
Really?
I hate it. Yeah. I tried saying it because you don't have to say this stuff as much as I do. I hate it. We were going to call this podcast The Culture Corner, and I hated it. Like, that's not what I wanted. I wanted to call it Corners of the Culture. And I don't think Kenny likes that. So Kenny said, what about the Culture Corner? And I just wanted a name. So I was like, fine. And I kept saying it, and I kept saying it. I was like, and then again, in the midst of my bad mood about not being in Las Vegas this weekend, I was like, in addition to not being in Las Vegas, I hate the Culture Corner. And so, like, we've got Sunday was a bad day. It started bad. Like, we're not in Vegas. Why are we not in Vegas at Summer League? Then I got mad at Kenny. Kenny didn't even know I was mad at him.
I don't even have no problem with corners of the culture.
Okay.
Oh, I ain't tripping.
All right. Yeah, because you play everything.
I like
cool.
Culture Corner. And I was like, yeah, I like it.
I didn't think you liked that either. I didn't.
I don't have a problem with corners of the culture at all.
I feel like it makes sense. This podcast is going to be popping. Corners of the Culture is going to be popping. I was cussing you out of my head yesterday too.
We know who we can get on the show. Since we got ties now, we absolutely can get 50 on the show. got Sacramento ties.
We shoot. There's a couple of people with Sacramento ties that I want to get on the show. By the way, I put their names in there, but I think if we made pitches to some people that through the basketball world and say we just want to talk hip hop, particularly one particular hip hop artist, go talk to those guys about it. We working on some things. We got some things coming your way. We're crossing over, baby. We're crossing over.
I was examining this whole thing before, and I saw the 50 Cent picture on Twitter or whatever the case may be, and saw it. I think it was Vivek had posted it. I didn't realize until a little while ago that 50 Cent was posting these pictures on his Instagram.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
50 Cent, him and Vivek. Sacramento Kings owner at Vivek will be in the building. So fix your makeup. It's lit. Houston Tycoon weekend.
Yeah, that was I don't know. Yeah, that was his thing. That whole thing was weird. The second Mark had the line, someone's gonna party like it's their birthday. I was like, oh, Mark, what is that? And then they show 50 with Vivek. I was like, oh my, what is happening here?
50 was on the Kings Instagram stories. They had him, and he's walking into the building. He said, yeah, 50 Cent up in here, Las Vegas, Nevada Summer League, here to support the Kings. Go Kings.
It's not bad, but I don't know. Like after your Chris Broussard and Docs, like it's really tough.
Queen Bee's there. Can't get the Chris Broussard.
Yeah. Like you, and that's the thing too. When we get into that studio, we'll probably need Chris Broussard daily.
Oh yeah. Chris Broussard update of the day.
Yeah, we could absolutely do that because that's just money, and they'll be going around to tell us to be quiet. We might get thrown out of the new building.
Can they be quiet in there? Kind of work.
Who invited these idiots into here?
But yeah, like I said, 50 Cent, Vivek Ranadive, my man. Tycoon weekend.
Yeah, no, I just said it wasn't. No, this is weird. I just said it wasn't very good, and then you did it again. Okay. The DeAndre Ayton Indiana Pacers rumor isn't the only one out there. The Utah Jazz have said they have no intent of trading Donovan Mitchell. Okay. They say they have not engaged in any serious conversations with anyone, which that's fine. They're not telling the truth. We can tell you with 1,000% certainty they were engaged in some pretty. I guess you can debate what the word serious means.
Right.
There was enough to where Kenny and I got a note that said, "Hey, Donovan to Miami, that could happen quickly. So be on the lookout for that." To frame it as if they're just not, and I think I saw in a story that Miami actually tried to get Donovan before Rudy Gobert was traded. So I don't know what's happened. I'd have to imagine the talks only intensified after Rudy Gobert was traded. But to frame it as, oh, we have no intent of trading Donovan Mitchell. No, let's go ahead and let's make the right offer, because I still think Donovan Mitchell is out there to be had.
I think so too. And I think it may take some time. It may even take this whole season. Because remember, even before all this, I talked about how Donovan, he gonna be gone. It may be too early this summer, but he's not gonna be there too much longer. And I agree. They were having some kind of talks, some kind of discussion. That's a fact. Now, when you talk about what's the official line, they have no intent on trading. Well, that says a whole lot of different things, to be honest with you. Like, they may not intend to trade him, but if Miami or New York calls them with a good enough trade offer, well, all right, my intent has changed, because now there's something in front of me that entices me to do something different. So
that extra draft pick changed my intent.
Exactly. So, yeah, man, I guess you have to say these things for negotiating and all this other stuff. But we all know what it is. The right deal comes along. A deal is made.
Jesse has these two notes. Pete Carroll said that the Seahawks had no intention to trade Russell Wilson. He also said the Titans general manager said their intention was to keep A.J. Brown. Both of those guys.
Is that the new one right now? The intention.
I guess intention is the word. There was another story out there that Danny Ainge isn't buying Donovan Mitchell. He doesn't see him as
he's not sold on him.
Yeah, he isn't sold on him. So I mean, again, make of that what you will. I mean, if you were to ask me to place my money, of course I would never bet. If you were to ask me to place Kenny's money on who was traded first, I'd still put Donovan Mitchell before Kyrie Irving or Kevin Durant. Because the new story from Brooklyn is they want to trade Kevin Durant before Kyrie Irving. That means Kyrie Irving ain't going nowhere.
They want to trade Kevin Durant before Kyrie. Wow. It almost feels like
Brooklyn's like this close to running it back.
Yeah, we don't have a choice, but there's a lot of people who believe come opening night, Kevin Durant's going to be on the team.
This is a great point to bring the whole show to bring everything for full circle. The Kings, in fact, did say they intend to build around Fox and Haliburton. That is absolutely accurate. That is 100% what was said. Boy, you're right, man. Intend is
that's the word.
Kiss of death.
That's the word. That's the new vote. The vote of confidence being the kiss of death.
Oh my God, the vote of confidence. The vote of confidence. 17 games later.
Oh, Luke. Luke is on Cleveland staff, right? You know where he landed? I think it was Cleveland.
Yes, Cleveland. Because Cleveland, this is in fact for you.
Good for Walton. Luke's still out there.
He's one, like, who gets a job first, Luke or Yeager?
Yeager.
Or either.
Yeager.
I mean,
Yeager,
you think so?
I don't know if Luke ever gets another shot.
I don't know if he does either, but I feel like Dave Yeager will get another job. I just feel like Dave is so awkward. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I enjoyed my one singular odd interaction with him because I didn't do all the media availabilities and all that stuff that James does. So I only talked to him like once. I knew his staff really well. I loved his staff. I don't know.
That's back.
He's in a good place. I guess Philly's a good place to, you're with Doc. I don't know. I feel like that's a tougher place.
I think he'll get another shot. Probably next season, to be honest with you.
Really?
I think his time is coming. He's been out of the head coaching job for 4 years. After this year, it would have been, 4 years?
Yeah, and I think it's only been 2 years that he wasn't paid as a head coach, so he's doing pretty well.
Before he was impressed. He's like, I'll be consistent. I'm getting this head coach money. I ain't impressed. And now he's like, hey, I need to start putting my resume back on LinkedIn. I'm not getting this head coach money right now.
Sam's with Doc, right? Sam's in Philly. Sam Cassell. So Dave Yeager on Doc Rivers' staff is going to get a job before Sam Cassell on Doc Rivers' staff does?
If you ask me, it probably would happen that way.
Man.
Did you see that clip with Sam Cassell with James Harden? Let's talk about
Yeah, absolutely. Got to post the workout video. Got to show James Harden's out there committed. You know what? I'll tell you what led us to talking about. It was less the workout video in Sam Cassell and more of Shams' incredible tweet about James Harden signing with the Philadelphia 76ers. That tweet was just stunning in its lack of journalism. It was amazing, and that led to James Harden's out here posting workout videos. He's in shape, he's committed, all this. Like, how the hell do you feel if you're the Brooklyn Nets or Kevin Durant or Kyrie Irving? Like, oh, you're really locked in now because your contract, your option was on the line here.
Yeah.
But you couldn't come in when we legitimately had a chance to win a championship and be ready to play there.
Yeah, well, you shouldn't be surprised if you're those guys.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah, that's what he does. But I didn't even, maybe I missed the workout video. I just saw the one with Sam Cassell. Sam Cassell was having a hell of a time trying to explain
the drill. Yeah, that's the workout video I'm talking about. Yeah, that was the workout video I'm talking about. James did not understand the drill at all. He absolutely did not. And he had to ask questions in which Sam Cassell explained in detail.
And the way that they explain things in Baltimore, this is how you get to 7.
Who was that with him? Thibault? Was it James Harden and Matisse Thibault? Maxey. Okay. Philadelphia. I
think Yeager would get a deal before Sam would.
That's crazy. Yeah. It's really on Philly to this has to be it with Philly, right? Like with Doc.
You mean this year?
Yeah.
I mean, so what do you think has to be it? Like, they got to get to a conference final.
Get to the finals.
If they got to a conference finals, a place they have not been, would that be enough to keep everybody coming back the following year?
A conference final? Yeah, I guess. I guess it might depend, though. Like, what if you get to the conference finals, you lose, but you're the 1 seed and you won 65 games? Because if you're the 1 seed, you win 65 games. Doesn't losing in the conference finals feel like a disappointment? Even though, again, this isn't the Sacramento Kings. This is a team that's regularly in the playoffs that has championship aspirations. Right. Doesn't that feel like a failure?
Yeah. Yeah, if you're the 1 seed, absolutely.
We'll come back. Hey, Bobby, we see you. We want to talk to you. We'll shift our attention back to Summer League, back to the Kings, back to Keegan Murray. We'll talk to James Ham coming up here at the top of the hour as well. Much more ahead with D'Lo and KC. Brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, here on ESPN 1320.
Be right back.
Yes. I got to send quick email, squad, so please forgive me. It really will just take a second. Sorry. Almost done. And send. Boom. Okay. D'Lo, did I see Dynamite last week? Refresh my memory. Was it the cage? Was it the cage match? If that was last week, I saw that. And I'll be honest, I kind of thought it was dumb. I didn't think the match was bad. The match wasn't bad at all. I actually thought the match was solid. I'm tired of the throwing people off the cage spot. Like, that's so played. And when you see the big box out there, it's like, what are we even doing this for? I also hated the fact that they had to stall for like 10 minutes on the top of the cage, because I think they were trying to do something that they realized when they got up there they couldn't do. It's like something happened when they got to the top of the cage that they realized they couldn't do. I don't think I saw that. I might be a week behind. No, I didn't. And it looked like a hell of a show. I wish I had gone, especially knowing Roman was there. I would have liked to have gone knowing Roman is there. I don't think he's boring at all. He's just not my favorite. Firm date? No, not a firm first date. No. General idea. but not a firm first date. Probably late next month. Jesse will probably be in there before we are. Oh, he won the TNT title. That makes way more sense. Way more sense. What else we got here? Yeah, no, I don't think he's boring. He's just not my favorite. I don't think he's boring. He's just not my favorite. That's all. Leezy, what are you talking about? Coach Corner has a bad vibe. What are you talking about? Yep. Oh, will James be coming in? Oh, into the studio. Just guessing, when the season starts, yes. That's a guess, because he can just stop in Roseville, like on his way. He could just stop in Roseville on his way to the arena, hang out with us, and then head in. So, yeah, that's probably the plan for sure. That's right, Cohen. I will continue to ignore you. Yeah, it's on his way to the game for sure. Roll Cam. Dr. David, that was one of your funniest ones. That made me laugh. I even posted that on IG. That got a good laugh out of it for a lot of people. Live on the Odyssey app, live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Follow us on Twitter as well at ESPN1320. You can even watch the show there live on Twitter, man. That's how we roll. We're going to talk to James Ham coming up in about 10 minutes or so, and we want to talk to you right now, 916-349-1320.
Before we get to Bobby, I just want to say, I love Sacramento.
Jesse, how many is that? One more. Very nice. One more before the show's over. Who would believe that we actually had to put a number on the amount?
We don't have to. This is just what the people, you guys are saying. We don't have to, because everybody knows I love Sacramento.
I mean, I know you can't sing it like you sang I Love LA earlier, but no, that's fine. That's good. I'm glad you love Sacramento. Bobby, what's happening, buddy?
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up, Bobby?
You doing the 50 Cent impressions? That's funny.
Hey, Bobby, I appreciate you.
Don't encourage it. Don't, Bobby.
Hey, he's out here trying to make the players dead tramp. My man Vivek, he's out here. Tech coon.
See, don't encourage him, Bobby. Don't encourage him.
That's good, though. It's good effort, you know. He's not. I love how D'Lo lets you down softly, though, Casey. He's right, but it's the effort that counts.
Just doing what I can. 50 Cent, Tech coon. 50 power.
But hey, you guys, I mean, it's been a couple weeks since I called in last, and like, is this one of the best off seasons we've had since like '99? I don't want to jinx it, but I ran into your guys' boy, Drake, at Wildwood last weekend, 4th of July weekend, I believe.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Our guy Drake Union.
Yeah, I was telling your guy who runs the show that they swam together growing up, and he man, we had a great talk about Keegan Murray, obviously, because like he's been impressive, and he's just I love his demeanor. He's such an adult in the room, which is what we need. We don't need like another kid, you know. And his demeanor on the court, like you guys were talking about, man, I don't want to jinx it though, but like I'm kind of excited about him.
Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with being excited. Hey, real quick, how distractingly handsome is Drake Yu in person?
So to clown you guys and to laugh, because my wife, she wasn't. So you guys always give him a hard time about being a model. No, he's a good-looking dude. He's my wife. But no, it's cool. So you guys are gonna clown me. My wife. I met my wife actually. I'm not going to say modeling, but she saw a bunch of my modeling pictures online, so I will say, like, I'm not a hater. Drake's a good-looking dude, you know? But you You got a game-recognized game, right?
Hide your wife. Hide your wife. Good stuff, Bobby, man. Thanks for the call.
Yeah, now Bobby's another guy I can never bring around me, man.
I guess,
This guy's a model.
Man.
What am I supposed to do with that?
I don't know, man, but I don't want to be the ugliest one in the group. That's all that's all I gotta say. I don't want to be the ugliest one in the group. No, Bobby, there's nothing wrong with being excited about Keegan Murray, man. Like, I know we keep thinking, I know, talk about I don't want to jinx it, but man, Keegan Murray's playing great basketball right now. You don't have anything to judge other than what he did in his college career. Okay, cool. What he did in his college career was really good. Okay, we could judge what he did in Summer League. Great. What he's doing in Summer League is pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
At some point, it's okay to acknowledge, like, man, Keegan Murray's a pretty good basketball player. Yeah. We don't have to preface it with at Iowa or in college or in Summer League. No, Keegan Murray is a good basketball player.
He can play, man. He can flat out play. And we talked about it a lot earlier. I'm confident in saying the things that we see from Keegan in Summer League, the way he plays, the way the feel that he has for the game, those things are transferable. I think he's absolutely going to do those same things on the NBA level and going to do them at a high level. Like you mentioned earlier, I'd be stunned if he just starts missing wide open jump shots just because it's an NBA game. Right. Like that's the difference between him and like Paolo and, for lack of a better, kind of like Jabari and Chet and even Jaden Ivey. Like Keegan's not going to be asked to lead a franchise. He's not going to be asked to be the best player on the team for a franchise that isn't that good. Keegan is really going to be asked to be, at best, never any more than your third best player. Like, if everything goes the way you probably want it to, Keegan on the floor, he'll probably be your fourth option. Mm-hmm. And the fourth option is going to be the one that's wide open. And all we're saying is, Keegan, when you get the ball, let that thing fly. Let it fly and do what you do. And you do that, and you put up, and you get a couple rebounds, and you make a good cut here and there where Sabonis can find you. Now you have 13, 14, 15 points a night. Easy.
How much of who the third option is or fourth option is or whatever is based on the defense? Like because what you mean? Because we always, we think about the progression of a play, and this play is designed for Domantas Sabonis, and then it's going to swing over to Harrison Barnes, and then it's going to go to Keegan Murray. Like we think about all of that type of stuff. But if it's a play that draws Keegan out, and Keegan is, let's go a week or two into the season or whatever, and Keegan is a comfortable, 5'3", 6'3" shot attempts per game and is regularly shooting 40%, at what point, or 40+%, at what point is the defense like, okay, we're adjusting. We know this play. We've seen this play on film. We know where they're going. We know what they're doing. We're not going to let Keegan be open, though.
Yeah, I mean, to what you're saying right there, that could change who the option is, right? Like, it's the adjustment to the adjustment. Right.
Like, is there a situation where Keegan is like the fourth option for the Kings, but he's like the second guy that the defense is worried about?
Yeah, absolutely. And it could become a situation where, say, it's a pick and pop with the opposite big cutting across the lane to the block. When you first run it, you're running that play to get it to Sabonis, right? Let's just say Fox Sabonis with Keegan setting the screen. They're running a play to get it to Sabonis. Well, the defense initially is like, well, we know the post-ups at Sabonis is going there, so we're going to take that away. Kings read that, boom, they go to the third option in this particular case, because it'd be Fox scoring, Sabonis getting the ball to him, and the third option would be the pick and pop if nothing else is there. Well, they keep going to him. Keegan starts cashing that out at a regular basis. Mid-game, the adjustment may be made by the defense to say, all right, they keep running that set and they're looking for that pick and pop with Keegan. We got to take that away, like you just mentioned. Well, now he's looked at as like the first or second option in that situation, and now that opens it up for your third option, which may be getting the ball down to Sabonis, which is where you wanted it to begin with. Mm-hmm. But because Keegan was so hot and they kept giving you that, he turned himself into the first or second option, and now Sabonis is like the third option once the defense has adjusted to it. So the thing that I think about with something like that is somebody like Keegan and his ability to knock down open shots and score. It gives you so many different options out of different sets. You know what I mean? That's a guy that has to be respected, has to be covered, because if you don't, he's going to make you pay. And that's going to open up so many other things for Sabonis, Fox, Monks, Herter, Harrison Barnes, all these guys, man. Just that one player opens up so much for everybody else.
And I think I mean, Keegan, obviously we're speaking about Keegan, but when we talk about the adage of surrounding Fox and Sabonis with shooters, I know for me, in that thinking, I'm often looking at it like Sabonis working down low, drawing guys in. He can find Herter or Monk or now perhaps Keegan Murray, in a 3-point position out there. The flip side to that is if those guys pay off in their role, you have them at the perimeter, and all of a sudden you've got guys drifting away from Sabonis.
Yes.
Because you've got those 3-point shooters out there. And why we always think, and I get it, it's the NBA today, inside going out, you just as easily now have a better play outside coming in.
Right.
And Sabonis being able to work down there minimal work down there in the low block because guys are worried about who's on the perimeter.
Absolutely.
Keegan being a legit 40% 3-point shooter with what they've done this offseason it feels like such a potential game changer for this team.
Man, and I'm not sure. I think Herter was above 40%, correct? I'll look that up right now. I think he was like 40. Oh, man, come on.
K-Bon. I'll pull it up for you right now. I feel like when we looked last, it was 41.5, but that absolutely could have been someone else's. It looked like last year he was Herter was 38.9.
Okay.
He was 38.9 last year.
38. Malunk,
he's a 38% career shooter.
Monk for his career is 35. Last year he was 39. I say all that to say, you get guys with percentages of 38, 39, 40, 41 around these guys. I mean, come on, man. At some point, you can't take too many chances with leaving those guys open. And all that's going to do is help things tremendously for De'Aaron Fox, for Domantas Sabonis, hell, for Harrison Barnes. If he's still on the team and what he's doing, it creates one-on-one opportunities and clear space for these guys to work inside the paint. And you come down and you double down, and it's a problem for the other team because these guys are shooting like flamethrowers. I think the other thing that we saw, which
flamethrowers, thank goodness, because we lost one last year.
Flamethrowers. The reason why I thought Monk was over 40, because remember the stat that I had where somebody said when he played more than.
Oh, you said Monk. I thought you said Kevin Herter.
I said Herter, but I was looking at Monks too because I thought he was over 40. I think it was when he played over. I think it was 25 minutes, either 25 minutes or 17 minutes. No, it was 25 minutes, and he was like 43% from three and like 49% from the field or something like that. Given the opportunity, these guys are going to shoot one-on-one. Uncontested shots night after night. And that, I think the Kings got an opportunity to be explosive, man. I really do.
You are listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. As we welcome in our 1320 Kings insider, creator of the Kings Beat, James Ham. Hammer, how you feeling, buddy?
I'm good. I'm feeling much better. Yeah, what's going on, guys?
I'm good.
What's going on, Em? I'm good, man. Good to see you. Missed you on Friday. Missed you, Damien, on Friday, but we back at it.
Yeah. Watching a little basketball, right?
Real quick, Dame, I just want to ask James this. You saw the game on Saturday. You've seen everything that's going on. Are you? I know you've done it before, but have you having any kind of like, man, I should be in Vegas? You feeling that at all?
No, I think when you zoom back and you look at like Cox Pavilion or whatever it's called, not the Thomas and Mack. Thomas and Mack is big. The little gym is wall to wall people, and I know I just got done with the COVID, but that just feels like a petri dish and a little sketch. And so no, I don't miss it. To be honest, I was out on the lake all weekend when I wasn't watching basketball, and I was having a good time.
Well, I was mad enough for all of us because I feel like he should have.
I was mad too.
Let's start here because we only kind of slightly mentioned it, but really didn't dive into it. What do you know about the Kings and Matthew Dellavedova?
Yeah. Okay. So the Kings are going to hold a workout with Dellavedova, Shabazz Muhammad, and Quinn Cook down in Las Vegas. Sort of a veteran tryout. The Kings are looking for a third point guard for sure. They're looking for wing depth. I'm not sure that this is the answer, but it is an answer if you're really looking at it. I don't mind Dellavedova or Quinn Cook as a third string point guard. Dellavedova hasn't played in the NBA for I think it's a year, and I think the last time both of these guys played. As far as Cook and Dellavedova was the 2019-20 season, I believe, and they both played for Cleveland. So it's been a little while, but again, you need a veteran backup point guard. These guys have experience. Quinn Cook has experience with Mike Brown from their time together with the Warriors, and then Shabazz Muhammad is a very, very interesting situation. He was a lottery pick. He showed early in his career that he could really score. And then he played himself out of the league very quickly. And he's played in China. He's played in the Philippines over the last couple of years. He can really, really score. That's what he's always been known for. And the Kings are looking for wing depth. Maybe he's 6'6", 220. I read an article where he said he's in great shape. He's in a lot better shape. He feels like he's mentally and physically prepared to try to come back to the league. It's just whether the league has kind of left him, and we'll have to see how that goes. I mean, this guy who's put up like in the Philippines, he's put up like 60 and 19 in games. So he certainly can score, but he's got to learn. Hopefully he's learned that, it's more than just being able to put the ball in the hole. And that was kind of his issue the first time around. So they're going to hold a tryout. If they do bring any of these guys in, I would expect them to be on non-guaranteed veteran minimum deals. Maybe they get a little bit of cash up front to come to training camp and, $50K or something and guaranteed money. But then going forward, it would have to be, sort of a prove it and earn it situation. Mm-hmm. Maybe they work, maybe they don't. But the Kings still have 3 roster spots to fill.
That Shabazz Muhammad, when you talk about those 3, that's the one that always stuck out to me. Like, wow, I didn't see that coming. That came out of nowhere. But like you said, and everybody else has said in the chat, I mean, that guy, he could score. If there's anything that he can do on this planet for the rest of his life, he's going to be able to get a bucket. That's for sure. So, he kind of fits a need with there. Quinn Cook, I like Quinn Cook better than Matthew Dellavedova, but Delly's tough, and I feel like maybe in that third point guard spot, they have a bunch of guys that can put the ball in the basket. They may be looking, if something goes wrong, they need a guy that's going to be able to defend on the perimeter a little bit and give a little more physicality. So maybe that's where they got a decision to make with those 2. But interesting group, those 3.
Yeah, and Dellavedova has been when he was with the Cavs. A lot of people have said he was a player coach, and he did do a lot of good work as like a mentor and a player development guy. So I think there is that possibility where he just makes sense as a guy who, you got another coach on the floor type deal. Mm-hmm. When he would be forced into action, which wouldn't be very often. So I don't think any of these moves are going to change the direction of the Kings franchise, but they do have some holes to fill. So you might as well turn over every rock known to man.
Yeah, and I think that was the line that stood out for quite a few for Monty McNair on the press conference on Friday when he said, we're not done. We're going to continue to try to improve this team. It turns out we thought he was talking about trading Harrison Barnes or perhaps Rashawn Holmes. He's in fact talking about Matthew Dellavedova, which that's an exciting prospect. And Quinn Cook was Stockton last year. What was that last year? Was that the year before?
No, it was last year, but he never played a game. Like I tried to find his G League stats. He didn't play a game. So
did he play
signed
the year before for Stockton, or did he just never play for Stockton? I feel like he played for Stockton, but maybe it wasn't last year. Maybe it was the year before.
I'm sure. Like last year, he was on their roster for a bit of time, but I did not actually see any. I wasn't able to find any G League stats. Finding G League stats can be like it's weird. I don't know. They're not good about having stats, or like you can find raw stats, but you can't find like per game stats. You can't find breakdowns, box scores, stuff like that. It's very difficult to figure any of it out. What's going on there? Yeah, he's a guy that should be able to play. I mean, he's a career 40% 3-point shooter. I think he left the Warriors to sign a free agent deal with the Lakers, and then things just didn't work out. And sometimes it's that happens. And so it would be good to see a guy like that get back in the league and see if he can make his way.
Jill Ads just tagged us in some Quinn Cook highlights, by the way. So. We can't have stats, but we can watch Quinn Cook highlight videos. We've got those.
Shout out to Ladge. 28 points against the Santa Cruz Warriors. I like Quinn Cook. I do. I like him.
I just can't remember. Was that last year or was that year
last year?
That's what I can't remember.
It's interesting. I looked him up on Basketball Reference, and you can go down and find their G League stats and couldn't find anything for last year. And I do know he did sign last year with Stockton. He was there, but whether or not he actually, I'm going to assume if someone found his G League stats, they found his G League stats. I'm not going to refute that, but again,
no, she didn't tweet his G League stats. She tweeted a highlight video. Will, who is our statistician, is like the G League stats are awful.
Yeah, they're the worst.
50 different ways. They're impossible to find. But Quinn Cook did play with them last season. Sorry, Kenny, go ahead.
No, I was just talking about how much I like Quinn Cook. Now, I don't know where he fits on this roster, but if I wanted to make an argument for him fitting on this roster, seems like Monty is trying to get every shooter known to man to be with Sabonis and Fox, and Quinn Cook can shoot the ball. So
he's only 29.
Yeah, he's only 29. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he flamed out pretty quick. Kind of interesting how his career went. And same with Shabazz Muhammad. He's only 29. And he hasn't played in the league since 2017, 2018. He's been out of the league for a long time. And for him to be as talented as a scorer as he's proven to be out of the league. Again, there's some question marks. There always has been some question marks about him. And I think he's grown a lot, and he's been humbled by the process and all that.
Yeah, I hope so, because he's a very talented ball player. And I, heard the same things. He just didn't always get it, and he's saying that, the time away and kind of being pushed out of the league has humbled him and got his mind right. I'd love for him to get another opportunity, whether it's with the Kings or somebody else.
Yeah. Yeah. There's only 450 jobs in the NBA, and it's so tough because every year 60 new guys try to make it. But on top of that, another 150 are trying to either get back or trying to break into it for the first time, maybe 200. It's competitive. You got to come in, you got to play hard, and you got to play well. And I mean, Justin Jackson's completely out of the league. He's playing in with Team USA with 14 other former Sacramento Kings. Yeah, it's the entire roster is Eric Mika.
All drafted by Vlade Divac.
Yeah. Well, that was weird, wasn't it? Vlade, what's more strange, Vlade or 50 Cent?
50 Cent, way stranger. 50 Cent by
50 came out of nowhere.
Vlade's still a fixture. I don't have a big issue with Vlade being around the organization.
I don't either. Yeah.
It's whatever. I know.
I mean, that is a little weird too, but I have no problem with it.
I think people just get too antsy. Oh, what's your line? Yeah, dude, it's Littlefinger, Vlade's Littlefinger. Like, no, I just think he's watching the team play basketball. Like, I don't think he's telling Mike Brown, what offense to run or lack of defense to play, or telling Monty who he should have. I just think he's here watching the Kings play basketball, and I don't have a problem with it.
Yeah, I think there's an effort to bring him back, at least where he's comfortable and the fans are comfortable with him being around the team again. Look, there are GMs that have come through Sacramento that did much worse than Vlade. And did he blow it by not drafting Luka? Absolutely. But he also didn't tie the franchise up with any crazy contracts they couldn't get out of. He didn't trade away all their draft picks. He drafted De'Aaron Fox. He did do some things that have actually worked out. It's just on the grand scheme of things, he made too many errors.
Yeah, I mean, I love Vlade. I have no problem with him being around the team. If they brought him back into the organization, I would trust that it was not
goodwill ambassador.
Yeah.
I don't mean bring him back as on the payroll. I mean bring him back. He shouldn't be booed when he walks in the building.
Well, I think he's still on the payroll, so it doesn't matter.
I think he is, actually. I think he gets paid all of next year.
You might as well have him do something. You're paying him all this money.
You might as well have him make an appearance.
Find some autograph or something, or go to Sauce and
sign autographs or something. I sent my friend Sam Amick a picture because that's what was on TV, was Sam and Vlade standing there yucking it up, and Vlade putting his arm around Sam. They're laughing. I screenshot it off my TV the other day. I'm like, hey, you're on NBA TV, bro. Good luck with that. Don't do any weird source stuff about the Kings over the next 20 minutes. That won't work out well.
We'll come back. A lot more Kings. Actually, Jesse, let's keep going. I don't know why I acted like we were going to commercial there. We're not going to commercial. Anything wrong with being excited about Keegan Murray right now and the way he's playing?
No, I think everyone should be excited. I think the good thing that I've seen is his confidence is extremely high. He's not timid at all. He's expressionless, and he also is monotone. But I don't think people should confuse that with him trying hard or being excited or anything else. He's hit big shots. He's called for the ball, which I think was great to see. His ability to catch and shoot in the corners is spectacular. I mean, the ball hits his hand and it's gone. And overall, I think, you're always going to have some moments where guys are inconsistent. But I think some of the better things are, he went up against Paolo Banchero, and I thought for the first, quarter, he looked overmatched and kind of overwhelmed. You could see a shakiness to him. And then he snapped out of it, and he just balled. And I thought he was absolutely spectacular in that game. I thought they got robbed against Orlando with the weird call on the Queta dunk.
Yeah, that's really weird, especially when you realize they went to replay.
Right. They overturned it, right? It was called a foul, and they overturned it to.
Yeah, because, if you're going to overturn that, you have to look at the fact that there was body contact, there was hand on the back of there was arm against arm and then hand against hand, but the arm against arm is still a foul. I thought the whole thing was strange. And then to actually give somebody, you blew the whistle and the ball is dead. There can't be a rebound. It's a foul on the shot. So there can't be a rebound there. That should have been a jump ball. I don't know. The whole thing felt weird, and the whole idea of sudden death overtime was totally bizarre. And yeah, I thought the whole thing. But the fact that the Kings were able to score those 7 points, those 6 points in 7 seconds, it was super fun. I thought that, Jordi Fernandez has his team playing really hard in Summer League. And, if you're going to be a young player and you're going to get opportunities to take big shots in big moments like Keegan did right there and hit them, it's nothing but good things there. That it's absolutely great experience for him.
3 things. Number one, I kind of like the sudden death overtime. Like when I think it was Paolo had the ball and they inbounded it to him. And it's just crazy. We're in Vegas, it's Summer League or whatever. You see on TV, the crowd rises. Everybody gets on their feet and yeah, let's go. Because it was sudden death. It was like, this might be it. That was pretty cool to see. Number 2, more love from Paolo. It was a foul. What a phenomenal play. The alley-oop to the 7-foot the behemoth in Queta, and Paolo goes up and gets that thing. Well, he still fouled him, but what a play to stop the alley-oop on him. Number 3, back to Sacramento and Keegan Murray. I was telling Damian this earlier. I'm so impressed with how he's able to just do what he does every time. What I mean by that is Paolo was going after him in that first half. It was intense. They were getting after it. And, like you said, looked like Keegan was, a little taken aback, a little shell shock or whatever. And I bet you at the end of the third quarter or going in sometime in the fourth quarter when it looked like Orlando was going to win, Paolo was probably sitting there in his head like, yeah, man, I locked him up. I had that boy on click clack. He wasn't doing anything. And then he looks up and Keegan's got like 15, 17 points. And my whole point to that is, even when it looks like he's not having a good game, even when the opposition probably feels like they have him under wraps, bare minimum, he's still finding a way to get that 15, that 16 points a night. And that's on a bad situation. So you can imagine if he's having a good game, what that's going to look like. And I think all of that is transferable to NBA play, not just summer league play.
Yeah, I think Keegan ended up finishing just 1 point behind Paolo. I think he had 21 in that game. He also out-rebounded him. He had, I think it was 9-6. He did not turn the ball over 8 times like Paolo did. He turned it over 5, but not 8. He didn't have as many assists, but overall, I thought by the end of it, he was the best player on the court. And that's what we keep getting. Like, I was looking at the California Classic stats. He averaged like almost 6 points a game more than anyone else in the California Classic. Like, he really did play well. He played well there. He's played well so far in Vegas. Every step you're seeing him take growth steps. And I think that's what you're always hoping for in Summer League. And he hasn't looked overwhelmed at all. I think there's only one rookie who's averaging more per game than him. But it's a player that has only played 1 game, I believe. And, it could have been a fluke, a guy just having a heater of a night. But I think he's going to be a guy that steps in and plays, 26 to 30 minutes a night. And I think he's going to play a ton. I think he's going to start. And I think he's going to be in the running for Rookie of the Year. He's going to be a good player. And hopefully the Kings are going to be a good team. So he's a perfect fit. I mean, that's the one thing that we'll say forever, whether we liked that they took him over Jaden Ivey or not. It's clear that he's such a better fit. And I love that they have him playing with Queta, because that's how he's going to play with a big like Queta. It just, an all-star version of Queta at the next level. And so I love that he's getting that opportunity. He's learning how to play off of him the whole time. Everything that's going on there in Vegas, I think, is good, except for maybe the Queta injury, which, that's a bummer. We have no idea yet. But anytime you get a calf injury, it's probably going to set him back for the rest of Summer League. I don't have anything definitive there, but if it wasn't a cramp, there's no reason to risk anything and putting him out there again.
Right.
Sticking with Queta for a minute, we were talking about this a little bit earlier. How important do you think it is for Neemias to turn into a really good passer, or to be, because it feels like the Kings offense, when we talk about everything running with Fox and Sabonis and surrounding them with shooters, one of the marquee things about Domantas Sabonis is he can pass. He's a really good passing big. I would feel like anyone who steps in that role has to be a good passing big as well. And it's probably, as much as I like Neemias Queta, he's probably the furthest behind just because he doesn't have those reps. And we've seen Rashawn be able to move the ball. Obviously, Alex Lynn can do a little bit of everything. But how important is that aspect of the game for the development of Neemias Queta?
Yeah, to be honest with you, I think Queta is the closest player, just like as far as their gameplay, the style of play, to Sabonis that they have. I think Rashawn Holmes, when you make him a primary passer, it's always been a disaster. And, like when they first, signed him and Dwayne Dedman, I remember one of the first games, Dedman had like 6 turnovers trying to run the high post. And they tried Rashawn at this, doing the same thing, and it was the same type of nightmare situation. They just aren't natural passers. And to be honest, I think Queta, you can run the ball through Queta. You can run it through him at the G League level, but I think you can also run the ball through him at the pro level. He is so incredibly huge, and he has no problems catching the ball. And when he gets in the high post, he makes good decisions. Every once in a while, he'll take a guy off the dribble and finish around the rim. But what's really good about him is he doesn't mind setting a mean pick, and he can get guys open. And so when you go away from Sabonis, even in the short amount of time he was with the Kings last year, the second he stepped off the court, the Kings offense went to hell in a handbasket. Like the motion stopped, everything stopped. All of a sudden it went right back to this really sort of dumpy pass the ball around the perimeter, hoist up a 3 with 5 seconds left on the clock thing. And they need someone else who can pass from that position. I think Trey Lyles can do that. He's not a bad passer. And you can run him, even if you ran him as a 4 with someone else at the 5, you could run the ball through him a little bit. But you need to find that other piece. And I think the way that Queta's played in G League, he has to at least be making the Kings look and go, okay, how far away is he? Because he might not be as far away as we thought he was.
Right.
And you still got 2 months to work with him. And, do you want him to shore up his jump shot a little bit? Sure. But, I mean, man, him dropping that 3 to bring the Kings within 3 was huge. And they ran that play for him. I mean, that was a very specific play run for him. I thought that was amazing. And just about everything else. He's averaging 3 blocks a game. He's a lot of fun to watch. I wanted him to rebound more. I wanted him to get dirty more after the Cal Classic. The first 2 games, I thought he was spectacular in Vegas. I thought absolutely wonderful progression from him.
If he's sorry, Casey, one more thing. If Alex Lynn is involved in any sort of deal over the course of the next few weeks or at any point this season, can Queta slide into that 3rd center spot and be a Sacramento King?
I think he's already competing for the third center spot behind Holmes. And I'm not convinced that, we've heard that Mike Brown really likes Holmes, and he made the suggestion to keep Holmes as opposed to going back out and trying to sign Damian Jones. I don't know. I think Queta is giving them some options here. And he's still green. He's still going to make mistakes. At the NBA level, he's still going to pick up fouls left and right. But, I think if you have him for next season specifically, you'll be ready to roll with him. And if they need to move Alex Len, or if they are able to move Rashawn Holmes in the next, 6 months, I think Queta's role could increase dramatically.
I really liked what I saw from him in Vegas. I was just as critical of some of the things I saw in the Cal Classic. I thought I just felt like he should have been doing more in those 3 games. And I wanted to see a little bit more in that final game against the Lakers. He really stepped up in the second half, and it seems like he's carried that into Vegas, where he's been really good. And some of the things I see from him that I didn't even know that he had was his agility, his footwork. He handles the ball. You probably seen it, James. There was a couple times he kind of catches the ball on the run, as a trailer on a fast break, and he kind of stops on a dime, changes directions, gives him like a Euro cross, and he has a couple of different moves in it. I was like, man, that's a big man to be making these type of moves and these type of cuts. So I think I would probably play it safe and say he's 1 year away. I'd probably give him 1 more year in Stockton, or at least half the season in Stockton. But if he continues on this trajectory for the rest of the summer, like you said, it's going to give the Kings some things to think about, because he looks pretty good out there.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess if he goes into the G League playing the way he is now, he's gonna average 20 and 12 with 3 blocks a game, and then you're gonna be like, oh, okay, now what do we do? So yeah, I think the plan was always to bring him along slowly, make sure that you're able to develop him the right way. But when you look at, where the Kings are at with their contracts with other guys, it does make sense. Alex Len being under his final year, and of course Holmes, we have no idea what's going to happen with Holmes, but as of right now, he's going to be on the roster. And so, that might impede a guy like him getting on the floor. But I'd also like for the Kings to go find one of those crazy athletic, shot blocking, 3-point shooting, like super raw bigs, the skinny guys that fly all over the place, and kind of tuck him away and have him developing as well.
Yeah.
All right. Kate is the guy. Now tell me why Keon Ellis will be super effective this year. But he's the other guy I really, really like so far.
Yeah, I think he's better every step of the way than you thought. You keep thinking, oh, he's a development guy. And then the way that he does, I mean, he still makes some really bad mistakes. He's a guy who fouled a shooter, shooting three late in the game. After he hit the bank shot three, I think the biggest thing, what he goes 5 of 6 from 3 in the game against Orlando. And then he was having a really bad offensive game the next game out, and he snapped out of it and finished with 15 points, like 6 assists, 3 steals.
Yeah.
He's just one of those guys that causes problems. And I think he's one of those players that also looks so much better when you put him on a team with some really good players.
Yeah.
So if he's on a team with 4 guys and he's just the guy running around like with his hair on fire and then every once in a while hitting a corner 3.
No.
I'm going to interrupt him. I'm just wait till he unfreezes because I'm going to throw off his train of thought. And it doesn't appear James will be unfrozen. That's all right. We'll step out. We'll come back. We'll thaw out James, who is frozen here on the screen. And there was a picture from Summer League this weekend with Steve Ballmer, Jerry West, and Kyrie Irving courtside at Summer League. But there was one other seemingly random individual in the middle of this picture. James knows who this individual is, and he has quite the story. If we can thaw out James, we'll talk about that. More Kings basketball. In Casey return here with a very stiff James Ham on ESPN 1320. I don't love when that happens, but it kind of happened at the right time, and it's funny.
It worked out.
Every time.
It worked out.
White chocolate is here. Thank you, Jason. We love to have you on the show. Really, really love to have you. Snap out of it, James. Oh, man. There he is. He's thawed out. We thawed out James Ham.
Stupid Wi-Fi.
That's all right. It was actually perfect timing. We're in commercial, so it's no problem.
Sweet.
No problem.
Yeah, I think Jill put up his stats. 11 games. Boy, I wonder why Basketball Reference is so far behind with their G League stats. That doesn't make any sense. Quinn Cook averaged 23.5 points, 44% from 3 on 6.8 attempts per game, 5.9 assists, 4.9 rebounds. He is really good. I don't know when they picked him up, but why they brought him up, why they didn't bring him up instead of, whatchamacallit, Justin Robinson? Is that who it was? Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, it doesn't matter if I hardwire or not. I have really, really fast internet. It's just I live in an area where it's really crappy, and it cuts out when it cuts out.
Yeah, that's what happens here. We're all hardwired, and it doesn't always help.
Yeah, it wouldn't matter. That's the internet cutting out, not the Wi-Fi.
Man, we've got so many tests we've got to run with that new studio. So many tests.
Yeah. NBA rigged. What do I think of Jared Rhoden? I think he's been pretty solid.
He has.
He's athletic. He's long. He blocked the 3-point attempt. I thought that was nuts when he showed off his length. But I think McDermott has been better.
I was going to ask you about him. So those are.
Yeah, I can't remember how old McDermott is, but.
Damn, Marion Barber died of heat stroke.
Oh, my gosh.
What?
Yeah, wow.
In his car?
I don't know.
Did he fall asleep?
Who was I? Oh, man, somebody. I think I was listening to a podcast, actually. And they were talking about somebody was on there that used to be a teammate of Marion. He said he saw him like 2 or 3 years ago. And he's like, he didn't look good at all. He was like worried. He didn't think maybe this would happen, but he just looked bad.
That's too bad.
So I don't know if maybe he was in the right frame of mind at all.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. I mean, of course, anytime a football player dies, they said his family is not going to donate his brain.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's too bad. Yeah, I know. Wasn't Demaryius Thomas? They said he had stage 2 CTE.
I don't think you're going to find a retired football player that doesn't.
Man, I tell you, I would never let my boys put on a helmet. So, I mean, even my oldest, fastest kid on the soccer team and would have been probably the fastest kid on the football team and 6 foot tall, 160 pounds, he could have been a stud football player. And I'm like, nope, not putting on a helmet, man. Just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Mike Canahan. So far, there are no rumors about Monty's extension. I haven't checked in on it in a little while, but no, there have been no rumors.
Monty smiling like it's already signed. We're coming back. Hang on. Streaming live on the Odyssey app, live on 1320 AM, live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. Let's just go ahead and bring that last question during the commercial break here to the air. You started to elaborate on it as we were coming back. We joked earlier, Monty McNair is smiling like he's already got a contract extension. Have you heard anything about Monty's long-term future with Sacramento?
No. It's been quiet. I'll get in and I'll do some research this week. You never know; those things tend to change pretty quickly, especially once we get past the first week of free agency, and things have kind of calmed down at this point. Of course, the Kings brass is in Las Vegas right now. They're going to hold these tryouts for some veteran players, so they are busy still, but I think a lot of that could get handled, if it's going to get handled, in like the next 6 weeks, because there's this void that's coming up between like middle of July to the end of August where not a whole lot is happening. And that's when you make a lot of moves like that.
And for my money, he's earned it. He's earned an opportunity to see this thing through with what he's been able to build in the last couple of weeks, man. And if you want to go further back, the Sabonis trade, all this other stuff, I'm not. He probably should have had one before this anyway, but I mean, he's put something together here in the last couple of weeks. It may not be done, where he should be able to have another year or two to see this thing through.
Yeah, I've always said that. Like, he's got to be given a longer leash here, especially to make like franchise-altering moves. I mean, he just traded, a first-round pick, but somewhere between 2024 and 2026. So you let him tie up a bunch of your picks. Last year, you let him trade away, like up-and-coming young star in Haliburton. Like, there's a point where you need to make a commitment. You just let him hire a coach for 4 or 5 years. So, like, at what point do you make a commitment to the guy? And I think it's kind of been a weirdness about this team, why they haven't done something like that. And it's something that should be easy to remedy. Then again, like, he doesn't make a huge amount of money from what I know compared to a lot of other GMs. And maybe he wants to say, hey, look, if you guys want to wait, that's fine. and then I'll be a free agent next summer. And if I don't like my situation here, maybe I'll be able to go get a bigger and better job, especially if I do something crazy like take a 16-year playoff drought and flush it down the toilet. So, if you're Monty, you get to a certain point where it's like, okay, maybe I'm okay not having an extension. Maybe I'm okay with this thing getting figured out and down the road and me not having to worry about it right now. And because he's going to be a guy who can go get a job, whether it's as an assistant or get another GM job down the road. I'm pretty sure he's done enough here.
I mean, that's the Joe Flacco move right there, right? Like, I know people aren't going to like the comparison to Joe Flacco because it's Joe Flacco, but he didn't sign the contract the Ravens put in front of him, and he went out there and won the Super Bowl.
Right.
And then if you're the Ravens, you had to pay him. You paid him this massive deal. And for Monty, it's not win the NBA Finals. It's not win the Super Bowl. It's make the playoffs. That's the Super Bowl. Like, that's the ultimate bet on yourself move, to where, we say it all the time. Kenny says it all the time. Yesterday's price is not today's price. And all of a sudden, like, that's why when we talked about the contract stuff, like out the gate, it's like, oh, this is weird. And part of me still wonders, is Monty like, hold on, just wait, especially if he is one of the lower paid general managers in the league. He could look at this like, let me get through this year. Let me show you what we're doing. And then, by the time who knows, they could be in contention in February to make the playoffs, make the play-in, be above 500, be significantly better than last year. And he's got a ton of leverage to get a deal that he feels is more suiting to what he's brought to this organization.
Yeah, that, and you look around the league and it's nothing but former Daryl Morey guys, right? So the league is very, very heavy on the Daryl Morey.
Which is very weird, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some weirdness to it. There's a reason for it and all that stuff. But my point, though, is that there's a lot of guys out there who are friends with Monty McNair that worked with him for years in Houston that are now general managers in Philadelphia or Chicago or, like all over the league. So if he does decide that this isn't a place for him, or if the Kings decide that this isn't a place for him, he's got so many different avenues. So I wouldn't worry about it as much if I'm Monty. If I'm the Kings, I would probably be trying to get a deal done because he has proven himself. And at some point, you got to stick with a plan, and mixing and matching GMs and coaches and all that stuff. It's a fool's errand. So these guys just continuously do the same, just downright incompetent things. And maybe at some point they'll snap the cycle of they're inept. Ineptness. Yeah, they'll snap the cycle of just chaos and stupidity and do something that makes sense for the franchise. Until they do that, I'm not gonna guess that they will. And so it is what it is. It's this franchise, this ownership group, they most of the time can't get out of their own way. So, it makes sense that we would be talking about this right now. After all that's happened and all the moves that have been made, we're still talking about this right now.
Right. And to be fair to the Kings and everything, they could very well be planning to get this done, and they could say, hey, let's just wait till after summer league and we'll iron some things out. So we don't know. It could be in the works or whatever the case, but we haven't necessarily heard anything, but we don't know what their plan of action is going to be.
I would say banking on anything for the Kings to do anything normal would be that's just that would be a silly bet. Silly bet. Yeah.
Unfortunately, you're 100% correct.
Yeah.
To some of the things that we've seen on the court, though, with this summer league, and we obviously talked about Keegan Murray, we talked about Queta. Are there some other guys that are kind of catching your eye out there? Because I think there's Keon Ellis. We talked about him a little bit, but I mean, there's a couple guys that I talked about earlier. I'd love to see stay in the organization. That doesn't mean they're going to be in Sacramento, but if you can find a way to keep them in the program, keep them in the organization, I'd be all for that.
Yeah, I like a handful of guys. I think a lot of people aren't in love with Frankie Ferrari, but he's a guy who's going to be a steady hand. And so why not? He's a guy that makes a lot of sense if you need someone to run your G League team. There are moments where I love Matt Coleman and other moments where I just want to push him off the court. He is a guy who's infuriating, and I hate saying this, but he's not good enough to like do the bull dance thing that he does out on the court, like the hot dog move that he does. You're like, hey, what exactly are you doing? You're averaging like 4 points a game in summer league. I'm not quite sure what you're doing there. But still, he's a smart player who I think, he played well last year in Stockton, and I would expect to see him again in Stockton. Sean McDermott, I like O'Connell. He's been fun to watch. I'm getting pretty deep in the list before I hit, who was it that we talked about, the small forward that's
Roden.
played the...
Roden.
Yeah, Roden.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm okay with Roden. I'm not like super overly impressed. Like I'm not overly impressed with Horn either. But Roden has done enough where I at least would like to see more of him. And I think he's done that for the Kings too, because all of a sudden he's starting. He's the 5th starter on this team, and he's been getting good minutes. Outside of that, there's players on other teams that look like pretty good that I would start chasing and maybe giving some opportunities to. So that's, Summer League is fun. It really is.
Is McDermott on there? Because I like McDermott.
Yeah, I like McDermott, and he's a guy who's got some NBA experience. He's on a 2-way contract with Memphis. I like him. I mean, I was surprised he took like a huge shot to the head, and I thought he was going to be out with like concussion protocol stuff, and then boom, he gets up and like starts hitting threes everywhere. So I thought he was fun. He was scrappy, and I think a lot of it is coaching, and I think like the guys who are putting together this roster, the Paul Johnsons, the Phil Jabors, those guys, like they've done a good job of putting a competitive, sort of mature team together that can actually support Keegan and help him do some of the things that you want him to do at the next level. Give him a taste. While Frankie Ferrari, I'm never going to confuse him with De'Aaron Fox. He's still a guy who likes to go fast and who likes to take guys off the dribble.
Like a Ferrari?
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
I mentioned something. You were frozen at the time I mentioned this, James.
Oh.
So I'll reset this and bring this back to you. You mentioned how much fun Summer League is. And one of the more fun photos that came out of Summer League was the Clipper contingent. Steve Ballmer with shorts, high socks, and tennis shoes, sitting next to Jerry West, and Kyrie Irving within seating distance as well. But there is a tall, bald gentleman in between them. So it's Jerry, Steve Ballmer, Jerry, because we're good friends. It's Jerry West, Steve Ballmer, tall, bald gentleman, Kyrie Irving. James sends me this tweet and says, hey, ask me about this on Monday because I know who the tall, bald gentleman is. James, who is this guy who might be brokering a deal that gets Kyrie Irving to the Los Angeles Clippers?
There it is. Okay, so I'm not going to say his name because, there are reasons I'm not going to say his name. But he is a huge Sacramento Kings fan and a huge, huge NBA fan in general. Jerry West, one of his idols, very, very glad he got to sit like right by Jerry West and actually have a conversation. But the reason why I pulled that tweet was like people were making fun of him while he's sitting there courtside. And first of all, people should understand that he could afford to sit courtside and you can't. So he got to sit right next to Steve Ballmer and right next to Kyrie. But for as much as
this gentleman and not Steve Ballmer with his shorts and his very high white socks is beyond me.
It really
Yeah.
LA.
Yeah.
Ballmer gives billionaire I don't give a F vibes with everything that he wears.
Yeah, exactly. So I'll just say this, like Steve Ballmer brought you things like what, the Zoom? Isn't that what, like the little audio player device that no one actually bought? Kyrie Irving believes that the earth is flat and completely destroyed a franchise because he wouldn't get vaccinated this season. The guy in the middle, this is why I wanted to bring this up. He's one of the most amazing human beings I've ever met. So he happens to be an eye doctor, and he's local, not not super local, but around the Sacramento area. And for years, he has flown to underdeveloped countries, and he'll fly in on a 3-day weekend. And like an organization like Doctors Without Borders will have set up a clinic for him. And he'll go in and work like 36 hours straight with people who have never seen an eye doctor in their life because it's underdeveloped third world nation stuff. He'll go in and he'll literally give people sight back. Glaucoma patients, children with eyesight issues, whatever it is. And it's so bad in some of the locations he goes to that he can only fix one eye on a person who's blind because he has too many patients to fix. And then he hopes that he'll get back there at some other time. But he'll fly in, he'll literally work like 36 hours straight just giving people sight. And he's an absolutely spectacular human being who loves Summer League and who loves, when I go to Summer League, he takes me and my buddies out to a nice steak dinner and we all hang out and we talk basketball. But he's one of the good people who shouldn't be made in fun of on the internet. Maybe save that for Zach Wilson and his situation. But as far as he goes, like that dude right there should be applauded and not become an internet meme, especially when he's sitting next to the flat earth guy and the crazy guy who screams at everybody and is literally a walking meme wearing tube socks halfway up his legs. So that's just
Jerry West is the normalest one and perhaps the young man next to him and the cameraman as well.
Hey, and let me be perfectly clear. I ain't gonna make fun of Zach Wilson either. Let's be clear about that. I ain't making fun of him. He making money moves.
I mean, we don't know. I mean, it's always good to know more of the story, right? So,
but so this guy, you say he's I mean,
he's an eye surgeon. Yeah,
but he's from Sacramento. He's a Kings fan, and
he's a Kings fan. He's a Sacramento area guy.
With the Jerry Wesses and the Steve Ballmers of the world, huh? And Kyrie.
Yeah, and he's an amazing dude that should be applauded. And I'm sure he just laughed it off because he's tall, he's a big guy, he has no hair. It's not like you're telling him something he doesn't know. But he's definitely.
He ever at Kings games?
What's that?
Is he ever at Kings games?
Yes, he's at Kings games, and he's also he used to be a super active member of like the Kings community boards and stuff. He was a very active member, just a flat out good dude. So, yeah.
So he's bringing Kyrie to the Clippers. Is that the moral of the story?
Well, I hope he doesn't bring him to Sacramento. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe they planted him there to talk him out of ever coming to Sacramento. You got me.
This Kyrie thing is this Kyrie KD stuff is going to go on for a really long time.
And the frustrating thing about that is when you keep hearing how the KD thing specifically is holding up other things that might want to go on around the league. So it's like, and specifically, I'm thinking something the Kings might want to do is being held up by this KD thing, like a bunch of other teams. And I'm like, get this thing done. So this Kings, I'm impatient. So this Kings team can get together. Like, if you're making a move, let's make a move.
Yeah, I think the league is being held hostage at this point because the Nets are going to want so much. And they're also
Brooklyn. We're trying to trade Harrison Barnes. What are you guys doing?
Yeah, they're working on like 3 or 4 fronts at the same time, right? So it's one of those deals where these things are very complicated, and I fully see the Kings involved in a 3-way trade, a 3 or a 4-team trade. I totally see that as a possibility going forward. We even saw Sabonis kind of mention it that this whole thing is being held up. By these guys, and he doesn't think that that Kevin Durant is coming to Sacramento, but like he wouldn't mind it. No one would.
He said, didn't he say something like, "What, KD? Oh no, nobody's coming to Sacramento."
Yeah. Well, he's realistic. Something. Yeah.
Am I reading Trista's tweet right? I didn't get this alert. They're benching Paolo tonight?
Oh, wow.
I don't know.
Adam needs to call Orlando and be like, hey, guys, no, you're not. Trista wrote Orlando benching Paolo in his showdown against Chet makes it look like they're hiding him when there's nothing to hide. If I were Paolo, I'd be furious. And yep, there's the push notification right there. Paolo Banchero won't play tonight versus the Oklahoma City.
Wow.
Oh man, people traveled all the way to Las Vegas just to see this. Yeah, that's a heck of a matchup, man. That's a bummer. He's good. Like as soon as I watched him play, what you said, Kenny, he really does look like Carmelo.
Got that mellow.
Like he's just a bigger Mello. Yeah, he makes the same. Like he gets his big body. He like lays into you and then uses that to push off and get his fall away going. Yeah, he's impressive. He's gonna be fun.
I like watching him. I would have liked to see him to play today against Chet. But I will say this in defense of the Magic, maybe, or this ain't Paolo because Paolo will play. He's gone at the heavy hitters from day one. How many games did they play? They played 2 or 3.
Who, Chet?
Yeah, no, the Magic. They've only played 2 games, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe they know how he is. They're trying to, just get him to not overexert himself. But that's whack, man. There's no defense for that. Let him play.
Keegan's out there playing 35 minutes a game. That's just crazy.
Speaking of, James, unless they have an opportunity to win their 3rd Summer League championship, I got a sneaky suspicion that Wednesday might be Keegan's last game. What you think?
Maybe.
Yeah, Paolo's done. Yeah, that's the full story. Is Paolo Summer League is over.
Oh, he's done for the whole Summer League.
Yeah, Summer League is over.
That's lame.
Yeah, and you know what? As much as that sucks,
we try to tell you, Summer League. It doesn't, but Summer League ends Sunday night. If you ever have the opportunity to go to Summer League, you go Thursday, you leave Sunday.
Yeah.
You don't need to be there Monday. You don't need to be there moving forward. And many franchises feel the exact same way.
And look, I was just saying this to myself. That's why I brought it up to James. I was looking at the schedule, and Kings don't play till Wednesday. Maybe we'll see him one more time against Chet. Then I saw they played Phoenix after that. I was like, I honestly don't need to see Keegan anymore, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I think the only way is if you have a chance at the championship, and just because that's kind of like Sacramento's thing. But with the one loss,
you go get them rings, baby.
Yeah, but the one loss, I don't think you can get there because they changed the rules this year. So they're going to take the top 2 teams record-wise, and then the others will get like seeded for one last game for a 5th game. And then we'll have a championship game, and it's just the 2 teams with the best record.
Oh, yeah.
And if you lose one game, I don't think there's any way to make it. So
you're saying Sacramento may have been screwed out of a championship again?
Yes. To me. Wow.
2000. It's 20 years later. It's all over again. Wow. All over again.
I'll say it because he was there. Maybe Doug's bad luck.
Oh my gosh.
Well, maybe Vlade's bad luck.
Maybe anything associated with that team is bad luck.
Whose side are you guys on?
Bobby Jackson was there too. I don't know what you're talking about.
Get him out of there. You got to get them all out of there.
Where was Mike Bibby? Yeah, where's the rest of them?
Weight somewhere.
Yeah, he's lifting weights and such.
Probably pressing a car.
He's doing it somewhere in Vegas because everybody was in Vegas, but
the Las Vegas screw job. The Sacramento Kings lost their opportunity to the Kings didn't. The Magic didn't screw the Kings. The Kings screwed the Kings.
Damn.
It's a damn shame. That's a damn shame. That's James Ham. Head over to the kingsbeat.com. Become a subscriber to the newsletter. Again, that's kingsbeat.com. You can also become a subscriber to the podcast here on the Odyssey app on Apple, Spotify, Google Play, whatever it is. Make sure you check out the D-Lo and KC podcast as well for anything you may have missed here on the show. Remember, Jesse doesn't eat unless you download the podcast. So make sure you download, hit the 5-star review, and leave a nice little review for us as well. And we'll see you here tomorrow at noon on ESPN 1320.
Happy birthday, Auntie Cindy.
And for the 500 plus, man, y'all got to hit the thumbs up, please. Those on youtube.com/ESPN1320. Pretty, please. Hit the thumbs up and fire off your questions for James Ham here.
That's right. Actually, I wanted to go back to this.
By the way, just got word. Fell short on that last I Love Sacramento, buddy.
Damn.
Oh, man. Wow.
It's on here. Well, since I said all that stuff in a break, it don't have to be on the radio. I love Sacramento.
Wow. Can we get some air horns real quick for Dr. David? Beautiful.
Yeah, man.
Nice.
Happy birthday.
All right. I cut you off, James. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to flash this up here. You can't stop your kids from playing sports. That's a little crazy.
Oh, TC.
TC, being a parent means you stop your kids from doing things that can do them lifetimes worth of harm. So I got a family friend who their kid carries the ball 30 times a game. Are you kidding me? A 16-year-old going to walk out of high school with CTE? No, I'll pass.
Fine.
Yeah. And I did play high school football. And I got beat to, I still have injuries. Yeah. Jesus. James, thoughts on the A's roster in the next 15 days? It will be worse.
That has to be a Ramsey question.
It will be worse. I mean, that's the only thing that can happen. Yeah, my sons did play soccer. My oldest plays soccer forever, and you can get concussions in soccer, but it's not the same. It's not the same kind of contact. So, yeah. Yeah, my son, Christopher Feltz, he's going to let him backgammon. Actually, my son was an all-league center back in soccer. But, that's fun. Played competitive for 7 years.
What's up, brother? What's going on, big dog?
Hey, Spurg, is Brooklyn in the house?
Where Brooklyn at?
Wait, Casey, did you see this? That
I did.
It was spectacular. That made me laugh very hard. Yes.
I meant to come back and watch the show or whatever. That weekend I was running around all weekend. But I was like, what the hell happened? Was James damn near on a gurney in the final 30 minutes? What happened out here?
No, I was still at that point, still had the cough, still had there were a couple of times I had to hit the mute button, and I still have a little bit of lingering stuff, but yeah, I'm good now. I'm good. Yeah, and that did make
good today. By the way, you sound really good today.
Sweet. All right. Have I heard any positives about Harrison Barnes wanting to stay in SAC? I noticed a picture he took with the team.
He's hanging with 50.
Look, man, you have a way of getting to a point with players where it's going to happen. I'll put him in the Rudy Gay boat. Before Rudy Gay blew his Achilles, Rudy Gay was not coming back, and he was 29 years old, going to go play somewhere else. That's the same vibe I've got from Harrison Barnes for the last 7-8 months. So, yeah.
All right. Well.
Anyway, yeah.
Shut it down. Wife ain't letting my son. Yeah, I don't.
You guys ever? Excuse me.
Anybody who does that.
Have you ever had these farmhouse thin and crispy milk chocolate chip cookies? These are amazing.
I like the other ones, the half chocolate, half white on top.
Oh yeah. I've seen them. I haven't had them, but I've seen them.
Oh, those are bomb.
These cookies, because that's where they make the chestnut cookies or whatever, and those are disgusting. So when I would see them in this little box, I don't want this crap. And then they brought these home, and the Queen Bee was like, "Try these. They're arguably the best chocolate chip cookies I've ever."
They appeared to be a bitch for you to open, though.
Not easy. Well, I want to open it. I want to open it up nicely, and I don't want any rips or anything. These things.
This
I was
cracked me up.
trying not to laugh. I was like, Kenny's really having a hard
just-
time opening that bag.
We're just slowly watching Kenny get the diabetes.
Really? I should
Don't
say
get the diabetes.
With these things, I eat these cookies all the time. But well, now I do. But what happens is when I see it becoming too much, I just stop buying them. Like when I don't ask for them and I don't buy them, I don't keep them in the house. We just do it that way. Sodas, cookies, all that. We just don't even have them in the house. But when they're here, Damien, you know what has to happen.
Oh yeah, you got to eat them.
Gotta go.
That's the rule. That's the rule.
So don't buy me any sodas or cookies.
Yeah.
Bad news.
Bad news.
Because I'm not gonna buy them. I'm not gonna go buy them. So that's not how they get in the house.
Chips. That's I do. If there are chips in the house, I usually eat them. If I can avoid them being chips in the house, then I don't eat them at all. But if they find their way into the house, I'm in trouble.
Yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah.
Yeah, chips are a killer for me too.
Yep.
They're rarely here, but when they are, they ain't here long.
I love chips
right
and salsa.
now because I've been drinking freaking juice and water for 4 hours. It's like, oh yeah, look at chips.
Chips, savory.
I'll destroy all of the good stuff that I've done by eating 5 handfuls of chips right now. What I'll do.
Sweet. Yeah, and I gotta have you guys up on the lake. It's been
that was a
for sure.
Nice little picture you sent. I was like, oh,
yeah, that's like a daily occurrence. So, yeah, I was like floating in the water for maybe like 4 hours yesterday. It's good for my back. Yep.
All right, we'll shut it
Sweet.
down. We will see you guys tomorrow. Thanks as always.
I think what's his name's about to play. Isn't Jabari Smith Jr. playing right now? I think he is.
Is he on?
He's the one that's kind of looked a little shaky.
Yeah, we never got to that. Yeah.
Of the group?
On that back.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, guys. We'll see you. Thank
Sweet.
you.